You want more conversation?
Hi, Dr. Wells. Hi, I'm just gonna rejoin from my personal computer. I'm on my mom's laptop right now, so sorry, I'm just gonna rejoin.
Okay, no worries. That vaccine wearing off, Clementina?
I'm sorry.
That is your vaccine wearing off?
Hey, yes, indeed.
So we're just waiting for Ishtaka and also Melissa. Do you see Melissa in the?
Not yet. No.
Where is my?
Okay.
And I can't have water near me, Sarah, because I fried my last computer, so I might be coughing more.
You
Get
need
a cough,
a
get a
water
cough
bottle
drop.
or a
A
water
what?
bottle with the get a water bottle with like the top that you can push down and then pull up.
Sounds
know?
too complicated.
Well, my kids use them all day long and they figure it
Then
out.
they can show me.
That's what I'm right. Nice water bottle that won't spill.
Is
right,
that the
we're-
sippy?
All right, I'm calling to order our regular school board meeting of August 31st. Can we get a roll call, please?
Student board member Dana,
Here.
student board member Lyra,
Here.
trustee Boyd,
Here.
trustee Davidson,
Here.
trustee Duran,
Here.
vice president Doss,
Here.
president Hinckley,
Here.
superintendent Wells.
Here.
Thank you. We are all here. I will recite the Pledge of Allegiance for those who want to join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we get our vision statement and meeting norms read, please, by our student board members?
Yes. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are as follows. Number 1, maintain a focus on what is best for our students. Number 2, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. Number 3, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students. And number 4, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you. We took no action in closed session earlier this evening. Can I get a motion to approve our agenda for tonight?
I so
Move
move.
it. Second.
Okay, student trustee Dana,
Yes.
student trustee Lyra,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson. Yes. Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes. Our agenda is approved unanimously, and now we will move to the consent calendar. So I can take a motion or any items that folks want to discuss. Sounds like there's no discussion, so I'll wait for a motion.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I second that.
Great. Student board member Dana,
Yes.
student board member Lyra,
Yes.
trustee Davidson. Yes. Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
and trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Great. Our consent calendar is approved unanimously, and now we move to superintendent and board member reports.
Tonight, I have a brief report, 3 items I'd like to share. The first item that would be brought up on the screen will be just spending a brief moment to give a context of some of the challenges that we have or had initially with the unexpected, at least my thoughts around our COVID protocols. In just a moment, because our featured presentation tonight is on that by our Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie, who leads that entire project. But I just want to say that I am so proud of the incredible work that my staff and members of the community have rallied around to implement some of these challenging protocols. And we didn't know how challenging they were until we got in there and tried to start doing them. And we had a hiccup here and a hiccup there and made some adjustments so that we can build capacity to service our kids in our community so we can keep schools and classrooms open. And that leads me to the issue of how did we do that? And that brings me to my organizational chart that I had to make some adjustments, meaning that I had to move staff responsibilities around to make health and safety a number one, even more so. And so in a moment, you'll be able to see the new organizational chart before you here at the district office. And of course, you see the board, the 5 board members. It's the school board of ed when all 5 are together. or at least a quorum, 3 or more. And then you have myself, and then you have all the duties underneath me with my executive cabinet from left to right. You have Dr. Ann Shin, who is our assistant superintendent of Ed Services. And then you have our senior director of special education, Dr. Brian Biggs. And then you have our executive director of student services, Alexia Ritchie. And I want to spend a moment here. As you know, Alexia Ritchie, like so many of our other cabinet members, had the distinctive duty of having many, many duties and wearing lots of hats. Once upon a time, she was also in charge of special ed. She was in charge of ACC and many other services. And what I did, I took everything off of her plate because she deals with health and safety, and health and safety has to be our priority. And we distributed them among myself and my 4 other cabinet members. And so if you can see, Executive Director Alexia Ritchie duty is now COVID-19 district liaison, period. And that frees her up to facilitate all the additional staff we have coming in to do testing when we have to move to keeping kids in schools. When we decide to do that, it requires additional activities. For example, testing twice a week, monitoring these tests, following up with kids to mitigate this COVID-19 spread. And that is a tremendous amount of work that we had no idea. We thought we did, but we really didn't know until we started to try to do it. And let me just remind folks, this era we're in, none of us got any training on this. Even the experts are still trying to figure it out. And so I'm just happy to say, and just so proud of the work that Executive Director Alexia Ritchie is doing, that she's going to share with you in a moment of where we were, where we are, and where we're going. So that's really, really exciting. So the point here is to highlight that Alexia Ritchie plate is consists of nothing else but Chief COVID Liaison, and she's getting additional staff and all that, and she'll talk about that in her presentation, which is the feature presentation for tonight. And my last item in my report is the Air Quality Index Guidelines. We have some old Air Quality Index guidelines, and it was pre-COVID era when these were developed. As we tried to be proactive in the spirit of health and safety, we had to go back and huddle with one of our labor partners and executive cabinet and look at our current air quality index. And this is really referring to us, as we know here in the Bay Area, to the annual smoke that we get around this time. And if you look at some of these categories, for example, let's look at the red where it says unhealthy. Well, what do you do when it's unhealthy at schools? You put all the kids in the room and you shut the door and you close the window, hence creating an incubator during the COVID era, which is very unwise, to put it lightly. And so when we are at 151, 200, here's where we begin to close the schools. But closing schools while you have them open is very chaotic and troublesome. The best time to close schools is before you open them. What are you saying, Superintendent Wells? Well, I'm glad you asked. What I'm saying here is that it's important for us to look at our morning predictors. And if we have a predictor in the morning, say 6 a.m., 6:30, that says we're going to be 151 in the index area, we don't want to open schools and have kids subjected to breathing on top of each other during the COVID era in closed quarters and stuffy rooms that are closed, sealed off, and limited ventilation. And so we would have what we call parents getting texts between 6 and 7 in the morning, and an email letting them know that schools will pivot to some remote learning. And so I wanted to introduce this to the board and to the community so that they know that this is coming down the pipe. It's really imminent around the corner. And this is what we would be doing to keep our kids and the community safe and our staff safe as well, as we become more conscientious about how we move during this new era. And that conclude my report for tonight. I do want to say I will be coming back and maybe having a presentation in more detail about this in the immediate future.
Thank you. I don't really have a report. I have a lot of comments about our implementation efforts that I will save for that agenda item. I will say I started teaching last week myself to a room full of masked, I won't call them kids, they're technically adults, but masked students. And so I'm experiencing the same joy of finally teaching in person. And I know my students are experiencing a lot of joy at learning in person. And we're also all feeling very nervous, which you can see in our eyes, even though because our faces are masked. So I have spent the last week enmeshed in both reading a lot of public health guidance and listening to our county experts talk about how we can manage this surge that we're in, and also living it every time I walk into a classroom. And so I'm really excited to see how we can do a good job of making sure that these classrooms stay open. And I say that for myself in my, not just our district, but everybody is really grappling with how to make sure that we keep these classrooms open, because it's such a palpable joy that people are feeling doing this in person, and yet it's a lot of work. And so I look forward to our conversation later about how we can make sure that that we're actually really able to implement all of the guidance that we know is going to allow us to keep our schools open. And with that, I will hand it off to Vice President Doss.
Oh, thank you. Hello. My report is pretty short. I just wanted to thank everyone for a wonderful start. There are a lot of work went into preparing the students to be on campus, but also, and teachers preparing their classrooms and staff, helping to make sure that everybody has what they need. But then also a special thanks to students and parents, because they're also doing their part to. Students are doing their part to keep each other safe, wearing their mask and being responsible. So thank you to students, and that's all the way from our littlest learners all the way up through high school. Students are doing a great job, so thank you for that. Parents, are doing a great job as well. So that's great. Just a reminder that when you are on campus or close to campus or around students at any time, please wear your mask. Wear your mask correctly. Wearing your mask correctly means over your mouth and your nose. So please do that. If you forget your mask, that's okay. We all make mistakes. There are extra masks in every office of every site in the district. Please go grab a mask. Nobody will judge you. Nobody will be upset. They will be very friendly and very excited that you came in to grab a mask instead of walking around campus with your shirt like this, because that doesn't keep us safe. So please go grab a mask. If you forget it, it's okay. Just go get your mask. So that helps to keep all of our students safe, as well as yourself, as we get through this surge. Oh, and lunch and breakfast, free for all students. Really excited that that's happening this year. So please go and eat if you're hungry. There's nothing to sign. There's no sign up list. There's nothing to fill out. If you're hungry, go and eat. So please participate in that. And with that, that concludes my board report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that meme of the little dog that's jumping up and down on the bed, real crazy like. Well, I kind of relate to that dog, especially tonight, because I have some data that I want to share with you that you may or may not know already that's really exciting. In Alameda County, with our zip code of 94706, 95% of all those 12 years of age and up have at least one dose of the vaccine, and 83.89% of that same population is fully vaccinated. Such good news, but you know what? There's even better news, which is in our district, the data shows that our students ages 12 through 17 with one vaccination dose is 100% of our students, 100%. And fully vaccinated students ages 12 through 17 is 89.9% of our students. It's just wonderful. And I really want to thank the students and the parents for this big responsibility and taking it on and really showing what we can do. Si se puede, we say in Spanish. Yes, we can. And yes, all of you are showing what we can do. So I'm really happy with that and just wanted to share that with everybody.
Trustee Boyd.
Hi, everyone. Just quickly tonight, I just wanted to echo some of what Vice President Doss said and just say thank you, just express gratitude to all the members of our community, our students, our parents and other grown-ups taking care of our students, and teachers and staff and everyone who is doing their part and wearing their masks, especially, you know, when you're on campus, making sure that you're wearing them and wearing them correctly, as Vice President Doss said, and just trying hard to monitor symptoms in your kids and do the best job that you can to be responsible. And I just recognize the difficulty that comes with adding all of that onto what is already a kind of demanding and exciting, but somewhat stressful thing to return to school after perhaps a couple months or perhaps longer than that for different families, time away. And so I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that. And really appreciate the work that is being done in our district office right now to keep all of the wheels turning, and acknowledge that, I mean, in the way that I thought about it, which was just helpful for me, was, you know, these people had full-time jobs before COVID. They were just doing their full-time job that was full, probably plus time. And so now that we have all of these new requirements with the tracing and the monitoring and keeping track of all of that, test results, et cetera, it's not as if we have new people who are shouldering that. It's the same people who already had the full-time jobs who are now just trying to refigure out how to be sort of superhuman. And so I want to express appreciation and also just to give grace to ourselves and to each other, and recognize that what all of us, each member of this community is trying to do right now, none of it is easy, and none of the choices or decisions are easy. And I respect all the hard work that's happening in all the different parts of our community to keep our classrooms open and to keep ourselves as safe as we possibly can, and to work together. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
I will follow suit and be very brief. Very excited to see everyone back at school. It's been just amazing to watch my kids connect with friends again and see the comings and goings. I've really enjoyed some meetings with different committees and getting to work on some projects. Just today, I was introduced to some of the Dean's Advisory Committee for the Giltrack Farm, which includes our Mayor, Janelle Gary. That was really, really exciting to get started on. And some other wonderful community meetings surrounding fun things for our school district and really wonderful things for our kids. And I really also want to just reiterate what Trustee Boyd just said, and that our district leadership team, I have gotten emails at all hours from them keeping us up to date. And I just feel like they are doing their absolute best as human beings to manage a crisis. And I've been likening it to the first responders at this fire. It's also, you know, on the back of our minds for many reasons, that they have a plan, and they think that they've planned ahead and they're ready to go. But all of a sudden conditions change, the winds kick up, something happens, and all of a sudden you're responding again. You're not following a set plan. And that's what's been happening. And we can kind of catch ourselves up and set a new plan forward right now and maintain our flexibility and that grace that Justin Boyd so nicely says for the situation that's constantly changing and is still scary for us and different. And so I really appreciate that our community is willing to show that flexibility, and that we as a board and myself as a board member are here to support on both sides. And I just want to take that into the meeting today.
Thank you. And our student board members.
Yeah, so we just want to say thank you so much. It's amazing being back in school as students. It's a really different experience than online, and I know a lot of students are grateful that all the work and effort that was put into the whole in-person situation was done. And following that, I heard an announcement. So we have announcements now over the intercom, and I think it was like maybe the first time that I'd heard it in a couple of years, and it was just so inspiring. And over these announcements, we kind of leadership, I think, is getting seniors to connect and to, oh my goodness, what am I saying? Leadership is getting students to present these certain topics that are going around the school, and our high school has a couple of things that have been floating around, such as high schoolers are needed to like help out in the cafeteria because we don't have enough students there. And so students should contact Chef Sabina if they'd like to apply. And then also senior college application night will be happening for those that are graduating in the year 2022. And that will be Wednesday, September 1st at 7 p.m. on Zoom. And the Zoom links were sent out Friday evening, I think. And then also lockers are being distributed amongst students. So each student that wants a locker should find a partner and then see Ms. Pope in the book room or at lunch or after school.
On this whole topic of heading back to school, there's a plethora of back to school nights happening this week. And a little bit of next week. So at Albany Middle School, there is an AMS PTA board meeting on September 2nd from 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. That's over Zoom, and you can find the link on the school website to access that meeting. And then the Albany Middle School back to school night is on September 9th from 6:30 p.m. to 8:10 p.m. Ocean View will also be hosting a back to school night, which will be for 1st through 5th graders, the parents of 1st through 5th graders on September 2nd. There has been no time announced for that event yet, according to what has been listed online.
Yeah, and then just general updates. Rosh Hashanah is from September 6th to September 8th, and then Labor Day is this coming Monday on September 6th, and there won't be any school then. So, yeah.
And then there's another back to school night for Cornell on September 2nd from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. That is a 1st through 5th grade back to school night. The parents will be attending that. And Marin will also be hosting their back to school night on September 2nd from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. And there is a Marin PTA meeting on September 6th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. via Zoom. And just as Allison was saying earlier, yeah, it's been really fantastic to be able to be back in school, especially as a senior, seeing all of my friends again. They're all so grown up. It's weird saying that about your friends, but a lot of people I haven't seen in person, but they're just so much more confident now, I think, in themselves. And it's really beautiful to see that growth and I don't know, be an almost adult with everybody in person. So yeah, really appreciate this effort that's been put into returning to school.
Great, thank you so much for embodying that spirit of joy. So now we will take comment on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. So as a reminder, we do have a long discussion planned for our COVID protocols later on the agenda. So if that's what you're here for, you can hold your comments until then. And I will wait. There we go. And we'll start with Neri.
Good evening, board and administration. Eric Castillo McIntyre. The item that I want to make a comment on is actually on the agenda. It comes from the consent calendar. And I want to take a moment to really thank Christina Sutinen Gonzalez, an occupational therapist, who is unfortunately leaving the district. It's going to a different one. She at one point was our daughter's OT, and my wife, who is assistant chief therapist at California Children's Services in Alameda County, has exceedingly high standards for what a quality therapist, and especially a quality occupational therapist, should be like. And Christina certainly meets and exceeds those standards. And just if I may share an anecdote, one day when back when our daughter was still attending the old Ocean View Elementary School, Christina took us to her OT room to show us what India was doing. And India went through a rather challenging obstacle course that neither June nor I had thought that it was even within India's interest. And that is the reason that we were inspired to sign up India into the Spartan race in the division for students in their category or participants with disabilities. So I want to wish Christina great success. I know she'll find it anywhere she goes. And if she can find it in her heart one day to come back to Albany, or if Albany can find it to bring her back, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christian.
Hi, thank you. It's good to see everybody tonight. I guess I just wanted to see if I could hear a little bit from the board or from Dr. Wells about the possibility of adding more in-person time to the online IS program, the Independent Study Program. I have a little girl in the kindergarten program, and it is a nice program. And we're so appreciative that it's set up and that it's running well. But it is only a half an hour. And, when you add in little things like assigning some homework and the kids sit down, it really ends up feeling like significantly less than that. And I guess I was just wondering, what are the barriers to adding more teacher time, another half an hour a day or half an hour some days and not others? Just because, what kids, especially in kindergarten, but really I think to some degree K through 5 are doing is learning in a social context, learning to be in the classroom, learning to learn together. And, I think it's hard to do that in 20 minutes in a day or half an hour in a day. They need more time together. And I don't know if the barriers are bureaucratic or cost, or if it's just kind of the consensus of the board and the superintendent and the senior staff that what we have is good enough. I do know some of the other schools in the district seem to have a little bit more, and I don't know exactly why or how that is, but I'm just sort of interested in that topic. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, for items that are not on the agenda, we can't have a discussion about them, but we do have the board has asked for a discussion of independent study at a future meeting. Shannon Huffaker.
Be quiet. Hi, sorry, I wanted to just raise my hand and say how thrilled I am as a member of the Public Health Advisory Board to see that Alexia Ritchie will be working full-time on COVID, and to tell the community how amazing she has been and how hard she has been working, and that we're incredibly lucky to have 100% of this very dedicated staff member to work with us to keep our kids in school. She's not a health professional, and yet she has thrown herself in 100% into understanding these very, very complicated health guidelines. And I'm just really, really appreciative of this decision. And I just wanted to tell the community that we are really, really lucky to have her, and we are really thrilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to say thank you for everything you guys are doing. It's amazing how everybody's coming together, and again, just beyond amazing. And just give some feedback that we're in independent studies and hoping to come back to in person once we can be vaccinated. But it's really amazing. These little 5-year-olds are really connecting over their little Zoom meetings, and they're participating and learning, and it's really beautiful to see. And just wanted to say, it feels like there's some magic that gets started. And yes, if a little bit more time could be added on, I think it could make the magic happen a little bit more. I think it's a really nourishing thing. And thank you for guys for making it available, and just my little 2 cents about any more time for the independent studies meetings would be fabulous. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. So seeing no other comment, we will move to our first item, which is a staff report on ventilation and HVAC. And I will, I think, turn it over to Director Borrego.
While Director Borrego is coming forth, there is 45 minutes set aside for the staff meeting, but I think he has to report is about 7 to 10 minutes long maximum. And I think the other time is left for Q&A, so we're excited about that.
Good evening.
Mr. Davidson, did you want to ask something before he starts?
I just checked something online real quick, and I just wanted to add a clarification to the announcements made earlier that all of the back to school nights are on Zoom. I was confused myself and thought that maybe they were in person. So I double checked. They're happening at Ocean View, Cornell, and Marin on the 2nd, and they are all on Zoom. Sorry, thank you.
I'm sorry, Sprinting Awares. So I am sorry to ask if any possibility. So this item was at 8 o'clock, and I think we don't have our consultant here yet. I think he was joining us maybe a little later. So maybe Director Borrego can go ahead and maybe I will just have all the questions later on.
Can I make another suggestion? Thank you, CBO Kim. Madam Chair, President Hinckley, can we leapfrog the feature presentation with Executive Director Alexia Ritchie on COVID-19 protocols, health and safety, and then giving the consultant plenty of time to make it so that we can have a very rich report with ventilation?
So my concern with doing that is that a lot of people may have planned to come in an hour because the COVID discussion was going to start at 8:45, and I don't want folks to feel like we did the whole thing before it was scheduled.
Good point. Good point. Well, we're you know what, we're going to plow through. We've had
or one option also would be to do some of the contracts that Director Borrego would be presenting later. If we could do those, I think there are 3.
I think that's a good move.
Can we do that for 20 minutes? See if we can.
Sure.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good evening, Board President Hinckley, board members, and Albany community. We have several or a few contract items to be voted on. And the first one is an independent contractor agreement with CAS Inspections for the Inspector of Record Services for Marin Elementary School rebuild project. The Inspector of Record is a requirement by DSA, or the Division of State Architect. And he is to make sure that all structural, fire, life safety, and disabled access for public buildings, and that all those are being constructed as required by DSA. And the DSA Inspector of Records, Record Services for the Marin project is that he will perform all DSA required inspections. He will develop application materials. He will develop inspection schedules and documentation. He will review the construction project. He will review and approve the contractor invoices, and he will prepare and maintain inspection documentation for the district and for DSA. His breakdown of fees includes 16 months of full-time on-site inspector services and 6 months of second full-time on-site inspector services. And that will be billed only if it's required by DSA. And this services will be paid from the bond fund. Do we have any questions?
The board, we're on item 9B. We can take questions or a motion for this item. Might want to leave that up for the title of the motion.
Sorry, one second.
And I will mention
I'll
this
make
is
a
the very,
motion. Oh,
and I will mention this is the very same inspector of record that he provided services for on the Ocean View rebuild project. So the district is very familiar with his expertise and that he brings to the project.
I move that we approve the item for independent contractor agreement with CAS Inspection Inc. for inspector of record services for Marin Elementary School rebuild project.
I second.
Was that Trustee Davidson?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I couldn't see. Student board member Dana?
Yes.
Student board member Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Duran?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yeah.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
And Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
So item 9B passes unanimously. Do you want to move to 9C, the independent contractor services agreement with Signet Testing Labs?
Pardon me, President Hinckley, before we move on to the next part.
Yeah.
Director Brago, my apologies. I'm not sure if I cut you off or not, but if I did, it was not my intention.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even notice.
Okay, all right. Carry on.
This next item is again for the independent contractor services between the district and Signet Testing Labs. At the Ocean View rebuild project, we ran into some unforeseen repairs that were needed to address dry rot and necessary structural
I think you're on the next one. This is the Marin.
Yes. Yeah, I just realized that I had them in the wrong order. This is for the Marin rebuild project with Signet Testing Labs, and there will be various testing that's going to be needed to inspect the structural welding, concrete, and items that are beyond the scope of work for the inspector of record. And so this testing lab will be able to perform those requirements, and they're very comprehensive. One of the things to note is that we had 3 proposals from in total, and Signet was the most, considered the most, bringing the most value to the district. And the goals or the information is that it will come from the bond fund. Are there any
Great,
questions?
thank you. Or a motion?
I move that we approve the independent contractor services agreement by and between AUSD and Signet Testing Labs for special inspection and materials testing as required by the Division of the State Architecture for the Marin Elementary School rebuild project.
I second that motion.
Student Board Member Dana, pardon me.
Yes.
Student Board Member Lyra,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Sorry, yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Item 9C passes unanimously, and we will move to 9D, an amendment to the agreement between AUSD and Signet for Ocean View Elementary.
Okay, now this one is an agreement with Signet Testing Labs to do testing on unforeseen repair work that was required at the Ocean View project. There was additional work due to wood rot in the multi-purpose room, and there were some structural repairs that were also needed as a result. This was for, again, items that were unforeseen and caused there to be an adjustment to the original contract. And with this amount, the project will still remain under budget. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Yeah, Trustee Duran.
Mr. Borrego, I had just wanted to ask you again regarding Signet that they, have we worked with them before, or do we just know about them through reading about them, and do we have some good recommendations for this company?
I do not know the history of Signet other than when it's put out to bid, they responded along with 2 other firms. And the inspector of record has said that all their work is satisfactory and similar to what other firms would have, testing labs would have done. So they do come with a good recommendation for future work.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions if someone wants to make a motion.
I move that we approve the amendment to independent contractor services agreement for special inspection and materials testing services for the Ocean View Elementary School rebuild project by and between AUSD and Signet Testing Labs, Inc.
I second that.
Sorry, I was muted. Student Board Member Dana,
Yes.
Student Board Member Lyra,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
Item 9D passes unanimously. We have one more. We're still not quite at 8 o'clock. So if we could do this last item 9E, amendment to agreement between AUSD and Allied Construction Services for roof repair at Ocean View Elementary.
Yes, this last item is an amendment to the agreement with Allied Construction Services for the roof repair at the 2 existing buildings at Ocean View Elementary. It was previously approved that there would be repair work done at the multi-purpose room and the C wing, which are the buildings, the existing buildings that were reconstructed for the rebuild project. The board had approved the repairs for these 2 buildings, and due to the additional structural repairs that were required, that it's felt that it would be best to place a permanent roofing material to go along with the substantial work that was done, and to provide a 20-year manufacturer's warranty for the roofing system. With this, those 2 existing buildings will also have 2 new roofs that will age along with the new construction buildings. And even with this work being done, again, the project will come in under budget. Any questions?
Vice President Doss.
With the new roof, is it possible to add anything like additional to this, or is it kind of set in stone where it is, in terms of like adding like additional windows, or creating some type of like additional ventilation, because the multi-purpose room, kind of just eyeballing it because I'm not an expert, looks like the least ventilated room on Ocean View's campus. So is there a way to add something to help with that within this, since looks like we're replacing the whole roof anyway?
With the project itself, the existing HVAC units that were on the roof were natural gas, and to meet the environmental action plan goals, those were removed and brand new all electric units were placed on the roof. So with respect to ventilation, that has been designed, and those units will be able to provide substantial ventilation. They are also designed under the current building codes. So they will be MERV 13 and should be able to provide substantial ventilation. There were some existing skylights on the roofs, but the condition and age of those were good enough that they were left in place. If there's a need to add ventilation, that could be a possible area where improvements could be made, but only if needed.
All right, would it be possible to, well, I guess this could be, actually, maybe I'll just make a note and add it as a later item. So I'll do that, but just as like a kind of an FYI, I'm gonna ask about how those can be, upgraded and maybe used as like, improved to like improve the overall, ventilation in that. But I'll just make a note and I will ask about it at a later date. So I thank you for answering my question. And with that, I move that we approve the amendment to the agreement with Allied Construction Services for roof repair of 2 existing buildings at Ocean View Elementary School.
A second.
Student Board Member Dana,
Yes.
Student Board Member Lyra,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Item 9E passes unanimously, and now we are almost at 8 o'clock, and I see Mr. Barroso on the, whatever you call this, Zoom screen. So I'm going to hand it back to you, Director Borrego, for item 7A, our staff report on ventilation and HVAC.
With this item, we are going to consider the ventilation HVAC assessment of the entire district. And it's to report the quality summary related to both COVID and the fire season based on various assessments that were conducted. And this presentation will include where we are with our school facilities and any further plans for the upcoming fire season. When we look at these dates, it goes to show how long we've been in this crisis. In March 20 of 2020, all USD students were sent home for distant learning in response to the state and county's COVID-19 orders. At that time, it was unknown how long the students would remain on distance learning. As we began receiving guidelines in November of 2020, Intrinsic Environmental, who is a certified industrial hygienist, his name is David Moore, began assessing the ventilation of all our district sites, not including those that were recently built, to understand if our existing ventilation systems could provide sufficient airflow to meet the Alameda County CDPH, ASHRAE, and CDC COVID-19 ventilation requirements. The recommended ventilation was to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, and that is at 5 air changes per hour, known as ACH. Now, to get an idea of just how much ventilation we're talking about, a typical home environment provides less than 1 ACH per hour. That's air changes per hour, and that is based on APA statistics. With 3 air changes per hour, 95% of airborne contaminants in a well-mixed space are removed, and that is under ASHRAE findings. So based on the various assessments, Intrinsic provided recommendations to meet those COVID-19 ventilation guidelines in all of our classrooms prior to the planned reopenings. As we were doing these studies, Intrinsic was asked to provide recommendations for air filtration during wildfire smoke events as well. The middle school annex, the high school new addition building, the new Ocean View Elementary site, and the current new Marin site are and were designed with mechanical ventilation, operable windows, MERV 13 filtration, and to provide the minimum of 5 air changes per hour in all spaces. And it has been mentioned that all these are per the 2019 building code. Next slide, please. The assessments were done at various times. I will say initially we thought a representative sample would be sufficient, but as we began learning about the COVID pandemic and with questions from the community, from staff, the board, we had several visits that began in November of 2020, December 2020, January, February, March, and in April of 2021. And these assessments were done at the occupant level rather than at the mechanical level. That is, there were physical measurements taken in the classrooms rather than basing the calculation strictly on the mechanical design. So with that, the room dimensions, each and every room was physically measured, and airflow from the mechanical systems, meaning that we turned the actual systems on and open windows, and they were physically measured in cubic feet, that is cubic feet per meter. In some of the classrooms at Cornell, CO2 was introduced into the classrooms due to them having natural ventilation, and its decay was measured to calculate the actual air changes per hour. And these calculations were done with a full classroom loading in mind, and that is 24 students at the elementary level and 31 students at the secondary level. Next slide, please. Oh, Julie, could you go back to the previous slide? In that photo right there, that is a bolometer, and intrinsic that was used on all the registers in the classrooms. And if each and every register was measured, and there's a formula to be able to calculate or determine the actual airflow. Next slide, please. The findings. Intrinsic observed that our school district sites have various types of HVAC/ventilation systems. The vast majority provide mechanical ventilation, and some rely on natural ventilation. And natural ventilation is actually operable windows. Spaces with mechanical ventilation provide filtration of air with the highest rated filter the equipment can handle. And currently, our oldest units can handle MERV 11, and our newest units have MERV 13 filters. Spaces with natural ventilation only were not providing filtration of air. In some areas, the fan was coming on only when called for by the temperature setting, that is the thermostat. And some classrooms were not meeting the recommended 5 air changes per hour with only the existing mechanical or natural ventilation. Next slide, please. What are the recommendations now? Well, the recommendations were to install 1 or more mobile HEPA or portable HEPA filtration units set to high in all classrooms as determined by the measurements and calculations. It was also recommended that we install portable fans to increase the effectiveness of open windows. Ensure that all thermostats are set to manual fan on mode when students are in classrooms, that is continuously running. It was recommended that we increase outside air ventilation by opening windows and doors. And that also included the economizers on those HVAC units. It was recommended that we ensure that existing HVAC ventilation filtration systems are maintained and functioning properly. To provide mobile HEPA filtration units and CO2 units in all spaces, close windows and doors during fire smoke events where the air quality of index is above 100. And if needed, if once that is done, the CO2 levels could rise. And if so, it would be to open the windows to flush out CO2 as needed. With portable HEPA units, the air changes per hour is independent of windows being open or closed. So the measurements that are present are showing with the windows not being opened and closed. To provide staff written instructions and training, and all of these recommendations have been implemented. Next slide, please. And so with that, what are the outcomes and next steps? The portable HEPA filtration units and fans have been provided as recommended by Intrinsic based on full loading in all classrooms. All our classrooms currently meet the recommended 5 air changes per hour to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19. The table on the right summarizes the air changes per hour at Cornell and at the high school with full student loading. And there are full reports available and that have been provided by Intrinsic. For example, on the charts on the right, we do have a sample of rooms at Cornell, and these are with recommended number of portable air HEPA filters, and we can see that the rooms are currently providing roughly a little bit over 7 air changes per hour. At the high school, with mechanical ventilation, those classrooms are again above the 6 air changes per hour, and these charts show at full load capacity. Back to the list, the air quality index monitors have been provided at all school sites. There's a comprehensive maintenance replacement needs at the high school, at the middle school, and at the Albany Children's Center. And they're being assessed to determine the long-term ventilation requirements are met. This is a assessment that's currently being done, and it's independent of what Intrinsic has done. And the reason is the vast majority of our units in the district are 20+ years old. And with that, there is a new HVAC ventilation system for Cornell, and it's currently in the design stage, and it's slated to be installed during the summer of 2022. And that concludes our presentations, and now we're going to open it to questions and answers.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think maybe leave it up in case folks want to reference the presentation, but I'll open it up to board questions. All right, I have a few questions. Maybe I'll start with the last item you mentioned, the design for Cornell's HVAC system. So can you say more about where we are in that process, who's designing it, and where we're hoping to get the funding for, both for the design and the actual installation?
So tonight, excuse me, tonight we have Mr. Juan Barroso from DCA present, as well as David Moore from Intrinsic Environmental. And for this particular question, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Barroso.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me be here and share this discussion. So I can speak to the work that is underway for Cornell, the new HVAC and ventilation system. So the board approved an agreement with IMEG, who is an engineering firm, I believe in February. And recently, the district was successful in securing a state funding reimbursement that I believe will allow for this work to go forward. So on the funding or finance piece, I think I'll let CBO Kim speak to that point. So we're in the kickoff stages of that design, having just recently secured that funding. And so we will be meeting with a couple of the folks from the Environmental Action Plan Committee, who will be able to provide input and guidance on the system. But I expect that it would be a system based on today's codes and energy efficiency standards that would provide the required level of clean air, ventilation, filtration, so that we can provide safe environment for the students.
And then what about the funding for actually putting the system in, or is that something we still have to figure out?
So we have applied for the state funding, and then if we get them, most likely we believe we are going to get them. And if that happens, we are going to have the funding by December of this year. So they will be used for this HVAC at Cornell.
Great, thank you. I think Trustee Davidson, your hand up first.
Well, that's a great step that we think we're going to get that funding. This is the AB 841 funding, correct?
This is no, not that funding. This is something that we apply with the Marine Phase 2 funding together. So this is a separate funding.
So we're not applying for the AB 841, the California Assembly bill that does this.
So that we have not applied because we are not in a stage of applying for the funding. There is a criteria that we can apply, and our district is not meeting the first criteria because we do not have high unduplicated percentages. So those school districts with the higher unduplicated percentages gets a priority for that funding. But however, we did apply for other state funding that I think the final paperwork was submitted in June for this HVAC work that we can do.
And does this just cover the Cornell site, or does this cover other sites in the district?
So this can also cover for Cornell HVAC, and then as well as the Marine rebuild Phase 2. So that was approved by the board.
Okay. I guess I would like us to further explore the options of the AB 841, because my understanding is that they will be funding even in the second round schools that didn't qualify in the first round. And so just making sure that even as we move forward, we're meeting those requirements in case that becomes an option for us. And then a couple other things that I wanted to ask for, just HVAC overall in the district. So we have new systems in all of our newer facilities, the ones that are 2019 and newer. I would like to see and at least have the environmental planning committee and or public see the balancing. Sorry, I'm trying to find it in my notes here. The test and balance reports from those existing chip certified systems, because those have to meet the same requirements as my understanding. So would like to see those if we could get our hands on them. And then I will hold my next question for a minute.
I will request those reports and provide them.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll come back after Trustee Duran. Nope.
Okay.
If I could ask 3 questions at this time. Mr. Borrego, are you the personnel who is in charge of, responsible for monitoring on an ongoing basis the air change per hour and how that's looking at each school?
Yes, I would be that person.
do you get like reports sent from the machines, or that's a crude way of saying it, but you know, how are you able to assess the effectiveness of the HVAC systems throughout the district?
Well, the most accurate way is to retest. For example, this past weekend, even with the Ocean View campus being brand new, built under the most current building codes, and we could have easily considered it to be not needing any kind of testing. We tested some of the classrooms. This one we did take a representative sample because it's so brand new to ensure, for example, that those classrooms are meeting what it was designed to do, and they are. With the other sites, periodically, that's why David has come out various times, is because it's an ongoing process, but that is the most accurate way to determine how those units are performing.
So I guess my question is, are we going to continue with that assessment ongoing throughout the school year?
Yes, and even with the wildfire season, we are also going to invite him to come out and to get an accurate reading because of the instruments that he possesses and is able to use, that has the expertise. We're even going to invite him when the AQI goes above, hovers close to 150, because we want to make sure that we are aware of where our classrooms are at all times.
Do we have a current contract for that?
Well, yes, in a sense we do. He is a vendor that has been approved because it's what he does. It wasn't easy to find him, and so with that we have been inviting him. As far as an actual contract, no, but at the onset of testing, we really weren't aware of what was going to be involved. And so it's been as needed, and he's been able to provide the services.
I have some other questions, but I'll defer to others first.
Trustee Dana.
Yeah, I just had a question about the longevity of the HVAC and ventilation system. So how often would this need to be changed? You mentioned that the equipment that is currently being used at AHS and AMS are 20 plus years old down here. And I was just wondering, if we're implementing a new system, when would we need to review that? Would it be after another 20 years? You might have mentioned this already, but I just wanted to clarify.
I guess you would say there's a life expectancy for the different types of systems that we have. Some could last a little longer than others. Our oldest units are 20 plus years. There are some that actually need to be replaced now. Some of the units at the high school and middle school, I believe those were installed in 2007, or it could be a little bit more recent than that. So at the same time, they are still considered older because of the design and the building codes at the time. So the assessment that is going to be conducted is to either replace or update what we have in currently. And when would we be doing it again? I would say in another 15 to 20 years, where your equipment ages, where replacement could be considered.
Okay, and then just a follow-up, replacing the filters within these units. I'm confused about, like, is that another timeline that we need to be cautious about, or are these filters just, we let them go and they're fine for another 15, 20 years?
No, the filters is an item that has to be changed regularly.
Okay.
For example, they were changed just prior to the start of the school year. And so they'll be changed in a month or two, depending on, because it takes us quite a while to go through the district and change them all out.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Davidson.
Thank you very much. So, again, when we're hearing those updates on the systems, I really think that more exploration into some of this AB 841 funding for testing our systems and just finding out where we stand would be really helpful. And then I would love to see the timeline or schedule for the Cornell system. Are there dates for when approvals are happening or meetings, things like that? And the last thing is making sure that we are monitoring the data, just like Trustee Duran said, that some of the data, you're having a hard time hearing me. I think my headphones are dying.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Just monitoring the data from systems that we have in place and making sure that we're analyzing that so that we have a broader picture of what's going on with our ventilation. I feel like these modifications and changes that were made were in response to COVID, and so they work well for the COVID response. But as we move forward, I'm sure that there are more things that we can do to keep our children and teachers safe in the classrooms. So just making sure that we're looking at that and staying aware of that would be really important.
So that was pretty on your comment, because for me, you were breaking up. I couldn't really catch all of it fully. What part of that do you want answered, please?
Is there a
One part was
timeline?
the timeline and process for the Cornell HVAC.
Okay, that
design
part
and
of
implementation.
I'll ask Mr. Barroso to comment on that.
So the timeline begins with the design phase, which is what we're kicking off. I expect that we would be able to submit the project to the Division of State Architect before the end of this year. So there will be multiple meetings with different folks, including representatives from the Environmental Action Plan Committee. Ultimately, this has to be submitted to DSA. Expect to have approval maybe in the January, February timeframe. That would then give us sufficient time to go through the procurement process for the construction phase. So expect that we would be putting that work out for bid in early 2022 to be ready to do the work over the summer. So it's a lot of work to do in the summer, but if we're able to begin early with the planning and so forth and select the contractor that's going to do the work, then it's something that I think we can execute well.
Great, thank you.
And then, sorry,
was there anything else you wanted an answer to tonight?
Yeah, just making sure that we're tracking and monitoring. And then, sorry, one more. Studio Kim, if we could get more information in a Friday update or anywhere on how that funding was secured, I would appreciate that.
So, yeah, Director Borrego, I know you partially answered a question earlier about who's monitoring the CO2 monitors, but I think I know I also have a question of how are we sort of monitoring whether these exchange rates are holding up in real conditions, right, with the classrooms actually full, and then what are the monitors that are being checked, what's the staffing, who has time to spend double checking that the instructions that are needed are being followed. So for example, some of the recommendations were about sort of human manipulation of the system, right? Do you have the right windows open? Are you setting the system to keep the fan running even if the temperature goal is hit? And to make sure that, most of these air purifiers have multiple settings, right? So making sure that they're being used correctly to keep the classroom air circulating the way we do. So I think having a little bit more detail to make sure that we have a system for catching places where either we're not using the equipment right or the room isn't quite meeting the standard that we need it to meet in real life, in real conditions, not the testing that was done without actual people in the classroom. And then when you answer that, well, I'll ask my other question separately. I think it's a little bit separate, but if you could give us a little bit more detail about how we're making sure that these projected circulation levels are actually happening in reality, that would be great.
Okay, I'm going to answer part of that. I'm going to ask Mr. Moore to answer or contribute as well. First of all, it's a very, I don't want to say excessively complicated, but there are several areas that we have to consider. When COVID came into place and we placed air purifiers in the classrooms, that was based on testing. The state of California said on top of that, what we needed to do is install CO2 monitors. And basically that CO2 monitor is to act as a guide as to how well the room is being ventilated. And by doing that, and what it means is if the room is not ventilating enough, or the CO2 levels will go up because the air is more stagnant. So that's the purpose of the CO2 sensors. So in a real life situation with the windows open, taking a glance at the CO2 monitors, if the levels are below 1,000, everything is fine. It's considered performing as needed. Once if, for example, there's a fire event above 100, the windows are recommended to be closed. In that event, the teachers will have to monitor the CO2 sensors a little closer just to ensure that the levels stay below 1,000. If they happen to approach 1,000, the windows should be open just to allow the CO2 levels to come down. By opening the windows doesn't mean that the classroom is going to be in a dangerous state. No, it just means that some of the particulates from the smoke are going to come into the classroom. Once the CO2 levels come down, the windows can be closed and the air purifiers will filter the particulates. And that is basically how a classroom would be conducted in a normal day. I'm going to ask Mr. Moore to contribute a little bit more, and maybe he can explain it from another angle to get a better idea of how this works.
Sure, thanks, Ben. Good evening, everyone. David Moore, board certified industrial hygienist, master's in public health. So before, when I did this work within the University of California system, we worked in concert with our facilities folks, with our HVAC team, with the Office of Environment, Health, and Safety, and that was the side that I was on. So my focus has always been what's going on with the people, working closely like with Ben's team. And we've worked with probably a dozen schools, a couple of counties, a number of universities over this past year and a half, specifically on COVID mitigation. And I have to say, the work that I've seen Ben and his team and the Albany Unified School District do to prepare for where we are now in the pandemic, I think is setting the standard for Bay Area schools. Based on what I've seen And the reason for that is what we've done, essentially looking at those air exchanges inside, has really been to go above and beyond. Most people, as I think earlier was commented, focus on, well, the design says it should be doing this. And they're good with that. They say, we're basically done here. The design is this. And what we said was, well, things go wrong, right? Your car should last 100,000 plus miles, but occasionally it needs maintenance. Occasionally something needs to be swapped out. So these air handling units, they're sturdy. They last a long time. When we go back and retest, generally we find we're within the same relative air exchange rates that we were before. And if not, oftentimes it's pretty apparent. It's kind of like, wow, what's going on now? It feels really stuffy. Something feels off. We look under the hood, we take a quantitative measurement of the total airflow. We say, yep, something's off. We need to figure out what's going on. We need to fix that. Carbon dioxide, just to mention something about carbon dioxide, it kind of functions like a check engine light. Carbon dioxide at the levels that we're exposed to isn't toxic. What it serves as is basically a proxy for if no one was wearing any face mask, how much of our respiratory aerosol would be airborne. But because in addition to ventilation, filtration, HEPA filters, we're wearing face masks, probably one of the most effective control measures that we have available to us, because we're essentially stopping anywhere from 50 to 80% of aerosol from ever getting out into the air in the first place. What the CO2 monitor is saying is like, well, if we didn't have masks, here's how much respiratory aerosol would potentially be present in the air. So let's just flush that out. And as Ben mentioned, that allows for a little bit of particulate to come in, probably less bad than your campfire marshmallow roasting. If anybody's roasted s'mores, I did recently this past weekend. A lot of particulate. So we're not saying, we're going to maximize outside air when we're in wildfire conditions, but allowing that CO2 to purge, closing those windows back up, and allowing the HEPA filters to then scrub and remove that aerosol. The HEPA filters and all the calculations were in mind with where are we going to be, months from now, when Delta is the dominant variant. So this was always in the back of our mind. When we're back fighting wildfires and we're dealing with COVID, how are we going to reconcile those two opposing forces? So these were all considerations that we had. And I probably answered more than I should have and not fully answered everybody's questions. So I can back it up and see if I did or did not.
What I also want to mention in respect to your question is it's a several layer, being familiar with several layers of monitoring, or being able to respond or react to changing conditions. And with that, all I can say is I've been working on, number one, what the teachers should do with CO2s, what they should do when its AQI levels rise, meeting the California requirements of the fans remaining on. So there's several layers that I'm currently putting in place so that we can provide them to the teachers. And I must say, I would think by this Friday, I will have it completed. Because again, it's several layers that this pandemic and wildfire situation is causing. And so it's been a challenge to be able to provide it to the teachers, and we'll put them in the classroom so that they can be well versed. So when those actual situations come about, they'll be able to respond and at the same time continue with instruction, to go along with David's comments.
Great, thank you. Trustee Duran.
This is a follow-up to both Trustee Dana and also Trustee Hinckley, which is once again, Mr. Borrego, who will be monitoring so that the day that Albany High School in the 3rd floor, the HVAC system is breaking down or not doing its job, who's going to know it first? I mean, how are we going to be assessing that? I mean, I heard you say now that teachers are being trained, but I don't think it's for the HEPA, I mean, for the HVAC system, right? And is it something that you're going to be able to easily monitor, or is it something that, you know, is done once a week, or how frequently is that done? I think our concern is that a system, HVAC is going to not be functioning properly, and there are going to be students in that classroom for days or weeks, and the system isn't working.
With respect to the actual HVAC units, I would say 99% of the time they are not able to be monitored to immediately know that there's a problem. Normally it's when the unit acts up that those in that area will basically know we have a problem, and normally what they would do is call the front office, and then we respond to that. I will give you an example. We were doing testing with David this past weekend, and we discovered there was a problem on one unit. So I immediately, that we tested this weekend, Monday morning, I called the HVAC company. They showed up yesterday, and there is some parts that need to be ordered, and which have now been ordered. So as far as the HVAC units, it's hard to determine when they're about to break down to need a repair. Preventative maintenance we can do, that's change belts, change the filters, check certain things like the coils and so forth to help the units run better and longer. But actual repairs, normally we don't know until it actually happens and somebody reports it.
There were a couple of rooms that seemed to have a high air change per hour rate. And that was like in Albany High, was like room 309 that you showed tonight on your report. I believe is room 309. And there was another one at Cornell. And I'm just wondering what that means. Is that an indication that there may be repairs needed? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I believe so. With respect to the air changes that are on the tonight's presentation, I will let David, Mr. Moore, explain what those air changes actually say and how we should view them.
Yeah, so these are basically composite air exchanges. It's partly what we are measuring at the register, at the supply registers. And the calculated values based on amount of outside air as well as the MERV filtration, because each MERV filter is going to remove a specific or an expected percentage of aerosol, whether that's PM 2.5 or respiratory aerosol. And then on top of that, we look at the HEPA filter. So that those values that you're seeing there are technically independent of class sizes and student sizes. It's just basically how much exchange. So if we released some kind of aerosol into that classroom, we would expect it to be removed at a predictable rate based on that air change per hour value. And if it's running on the higher side, sometimes it could mean that something is performing higher than it should. It may conceivably wear out sooner than if it were performing at a lower speed. That's possible, but I don't know that we would know immediately. The other thing I'll mention too is that it is fairly night and day. So if you've gotten used to the ventilation running, and all of a sudden it's not running, it's noticeable. And we're all paying much more attention to it now. Maybe a year from now, or a year ago, we were less aware of when that changes, but it's fairly noticeable. After being in a couple hundred buildings over the past year and a half, you walk in and you can almost know what number you're walking into. And so I believe that will be where we're going. And I think also too, when Ben's team checks that on a quarterly basis, they're also inspecting belts. They're also looking to make sure that the unit is still functioning, still operational. There are additional steps as part of that preventative maintenance. Am I correct in that, Mr. Borrego?
Yes. And I also want to add something that I think is very important for regarding history of some of our buildings. For the purpose of ventilation, we're talking about air changes, how much air is coming into the classroom. We are not talking about temperature and comfort. And history, from what I've heard, is there are classrooms that are not comfortable with the HVAC unit. And I can let Mr. Barroso talk to that. But when we do the ventilation, our HVAC ventilation assessment of the district, I believe we're going to address the comfort level as well, which is separate from the air changes with respect to COVID and the fire season. Can you add to that, Mr. Barroso?
Let me unmute myself. Yeah, so just following your comments, you know, I've been working with the district since 2014 and 15. And from that time, I know that the topic of HVAC, primarily around comfort in some of the spaces at the high school, a little bit at the middle school as well, have had some levels of concern. And we have looked at some of those. And it could be an issue of the equipment is aging out and maybe not performing as well as it did when it was newer. It could also be that maybe the systems could have been under-designed or not designed to provide the adequate level of fresh air and ventilation and so forth. Currently, we're working with a local firm, Taylor Engineering, who designed the system at the middle school annex on doing a full assessment of the high school, middle school, Albany Children's Center, to understand how the systems are performing, and help us to come up with a long-term maintenance plan so that things do get replaced as needed, and that it's not a reactive plan, that we're really looking ahead. So they were out just in the last couple of weeks, and we're expecting to get their report, just again, looking at some of the older systems and doing a thorough assessment to start planning for future maintenance work and possibly some replacements as well.
Can I just clarify a simple thing, partly in answer to her question? A higher number is better, correct? It means there's correct. More air circulating. I think she was concerned, Trustee Duran, were you concerned that the high numbers were rooms we should be worried about?
Yeah, I actually thought that. And
so it's the other
thank
way
everybody
around.
for the clarification, especially Mr. Moore, thank you for that. But it's really good to hear we're going to have a maintenance plan. Do we have kind of an idea of when that might come back to the board, just so that we're informed?
Yes, so we're working with the engineer, and I think they're going to have some maybe a draft of their observations and a written report with recommendations to Director Borrego, probably in the next 2 to 4 weeks. And so it's you would be seeing something on that topic sooner than later.
Okay, thank you. And just my last question then is, you mentioned, Mr. Borrego, about the HEPA units for all classrooms and the recommendations, but I didn't see anything about libraries, cafeterias, other staff lounges, those other extra rooms that are in their counseling offices. Are they considered already in part of your recommendations?
Okay, so with respect to testing, we did the classrooms. We recently, we had done some of the libraries, we did the others. And so there are HEPA filters in the cafeterias, with the exception of the high school. And as far as office spaces, basically what we did on that is we basically went on square footage alone and provided HEPA filters that would handle the square footage, being that there was not a large occupancy in there. It was more one-on-one or small groups. So for that reason, we did just go by square footage and placed the HEPA filters. And right now we're hovering right at about 300 HEPA filters. And I would say it's over 300. And we're still getting requests. So yes, we are providing them as needed.
Thank you.
Vice President Dow. Oh, sorry. Vice President Dow.
Yeah, for the filters, just based on, COVID and the different things like that, does it require like additional training to change them out? And if it does require additional training, how will, or what's the plan for our staff to receive that training? Because I'm assuming that based on everything that's been said, that these filters are catching a lot of things, including maybe some traces of COVID, and maybe handling that filter in the wrong way could be dangerous. So I'm just wondering if training is required, and if it is, how our staff will receive that training.
With respect to the HVAC units themselves, one thing that we did learn is that our older units cannot handle the MERV 13. Their airflow was drastically reduced, and when that happens, you're shortening the life expectancy of the unit. So with respect to the units themselves, we know that they can handle the MERV 11. The older units and the newer units moved to MERV 13. With respect to the HEPA filters, I had mentioned a little while ago that by Friday, I'll be sending to the sites how to be able to recognize when the HEPA filter needs to be changed out. And the reason we have to do that is because we have been placing HEPA filters all along, and it hasn't been change everything at one time and we wait and then change everything again. So for that reason, there will be training or instructions provided to the teacher so they can learn how to view the air filters, because they do have some very good sensors on them. We've had a situation recently with the particulates in the air. There is a light or a sensor that shows what type of air is going into the filter. And there's three colors: blue, which is great; orange, which is a moderate amount of particulates going into the filter; and then red, meaning that there's a large amount of particulates going into the filters. So there was confusion that meant that the filters needed to be changed. So at that time, I sent out some instructions to the teachers so that they recognized that HEPA filters basically just telling us, yes, there's more particulates going in, are being captured, I should say, by the HEPA, but there was no need for a major concern to say there's panic should come about. No. So with that, there's another sensor. Let me back up. That color, if you go in the mornings, most of the time they're blue. So it kind of tells us that particulates are fluctuating. So we should, I want the teachers to recognize that's just part of the unit. There's another button that shows the condition of the air filter. And those are able to tell the teachers or office staff that the filter is getting ready to change, and that's what they're going to be receiving by this Friday, so that they recognize that that's time to change that filter, and that we have an organized, systematic way of changing filters at the right time.
There was another question there that Vice President Das answered or asked about virus getting into the filter. I don't know if I could chime in on that question there.
Sure.
So I think if we were in a hospital environment, that's absolutely a real consideration or concern. I think that given the low volume of respiratory aerosol, since we have screening protocols in place, that if someone is symptomatic, that they're going to be staying home, and certainly when we're more symptomatic, we're releasing more aerosol out into the environment, ultimately getting trained into the filter. The half-life of the virus on surfaces is such that by a week, anything that were potentially viable would no longer be. There are recommendations for changing out filters, whether they be MERV or HEPA, since you are dealing with ultrafine particulate, since they are capturing smaller particulate. And so wearing an N95 is recommended. Gloves, washing hands, observing some basic hygiene principles for swapping those out is good practice in general, irrespective of any potential viral contamination. There have been some studies that have found some viral RNA on MERV filters. They are capturing them, but that then being a source of transmission, there have not been, to my knowledge, any studies or any indication that has become yet a vector or a source of transmission.
Great, thank you. And we do have one public comment, so I'm going to go to that, and then we'll wrap this up so we can move to our next item. All right, we'll hear from Joel.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for this presentation. I just want to compliment Director Borrego and all the consultants. This has been a really informative presentation. Makes me feel a lot more confident about the air quality at the various schools. And I really appreciate all the time and expertise that you all have clearly put into making the air as safe as possible in buildings. I have two quick questions, and my apologies if I missed the first one, or the answer to the first one, which is, have teachers been asked already to use the HEPA units that are in the classrooms at all times as another layer of COVID protection? So outside of a wildfire smoke event, have they been asked to use them now? And then my second question has to do with purely mechanical systems. So during a smoke event, I'm curious to know if you are still pulling in outside air, which is of course smokier, and then would be filtered through the MERV filters and the HEPA filters, or do you close those outside air exchanges, and so no outside air comes in and it's just recirculating indoor air? And I'm guessing my second question betrays the fact that I don't know much about ventilation systems, so bear with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Borrego, are you able to speak to those two?
Yes. So regarding the classrooms and the teachers, yes, I have yet to walk in the classroom where the HEPAs are not running. They are being used. The teachers are even asking questions as we go along, because they are wanting to know to be able to run them and know how to run them. So yes, they're constantly being used. With respect to wildfire or smoke event, we have so many units, and we're kind of monitoring the tier level of the AQI forecast to know when to change out the filters, meaning right now we have been in moderate tier levels, and the filters are able to capture those particulates without needing to be changed just yet. When we hit over 100, approaching 150, then we will begin changing the filter, do it a filter change. And the reason is that's when we feel that they are at the point of being changed. Are we able to determine right now where they're at? Well, that's why Mr. Moore is providing services for us, because we are, as I mentioned, he will be invited back out so that we can begin testing the amount of filtered air, how clean it's coming back into the room as a result of those smoke events, because he does have the instruments to be able to do that. And I would like him to contribute to that.
Yeah, great question. So just as Mr. Borrego mentioned, given the large volume of units and the amount of work, honestly, that it took for his team to be able to open up all those outside air dampers. Last year, we had 9 days where we were in an AQI in excess of 100. So that's the US Environmental Protection Agency Air Quality Index, rather than what you see on Purple Air at any given moment, which is sort of reading real-time measurements. And what the AQI, basically when you hit 100, that the recommendation from CalOSHA for our teachers is to no longer maximize outside air, not to restrict it or to minimize outside air, but to no longer maximize it. And as Mr. Borrego mentioned, at a MERV 8, for example, the lowest MERV filter that we've encountered, and I think everything at an AUSD is MERV 11, should be capable of removing close to 70% of that PM 2.5. And I'm in another site this week and was doing some particulate measurements, and same assumptions. We have this level of MERV. We were able to test earlier this week that in fact was happening. We would see about a reduction of a half because they had MERV 8s on their site, and we'll do the same testing when we've got that elevated level of particulate. And then of course, if we suspect that we have heavy filter loading such that could restrict airflow, we'll also test airflow to make sure that we're not exceeding the life capacity of that filter. The filters are relatively inexpensive, disposable parts that make a huge difference. They're the Kleenex of the HVAC system, right? Put them in, fill them up, throw them away. And so we can test to make sure that it hasn't restricted the airflow. Another question we get oftentimes is, when is that filter no longer good? It'll continue filtering out particulate. What'll happen is it will just get so loaded that it'll restrict the flow of air moving through that. And that's something that we'll be able to test at the register within the classroom with our bolometer. So sorry, President Hinckley, if I cut into the next section there.
That's all right. We do have one more public comment, and then I do want to close up this item so that we have enough time for our discussion of our COVID protocols. So our last commenter will be Jenna.
Thank you for taking my last minute question. I also want to say thank you for this ventilation report. This has been really great. I appreciate all the work that has gone into it. My question is, how are teachers being instructed to monitor these CO2 monitors? Is this only going to be happening during smoke events, or will they monitor them every hour each day and then make adjustments with the windows? I want to know how they've been directed to do this, or what is the plan for directing them to do this? Thank you.
Thank you.
So last school year, the teachers were given training on what to expect and what to look for with respect to the CO2 monitors. This year, as I mentioned, I'm working on being able to provide a actual directions to be placed in the classrooms so that they can learn how to properly monitor those, especially with the wildfire season coming. Last year, due to remote learning, we didn't really have to worry about that in the classroom. So that I am providing, and they will be in the classroom shortly, so that the teachers know how to monitor the CO2 sensors and what to do if the levels begin to go up in the event of a smoke day.
Did not answer my question.
Thank you. Trustee Dana.
Yeah, just to follow up to Jenna's question. So teachers, how often are they checking these like ventilators?
All I can tell you is when we first placed them in the classrooms, the teachers were doing a very good job of keeping track of the readings. This year, we've only had 1 or 2 times where they called to say that the levels were going up, and we found out that there was, there were steps to be able, we could take for those levels to immediately drop. The recommendation is that they probably should check it, 2 or 3 times in the morning, maybe 2 or 3 times in the afternoon, so that they basically can start learning how their classroom functions, so that they have a good idea when it's probably time to especially go look at the CO2 monitor.
Right. I just wanted to make sure it was like regular, that they were being instructed at like certain time periods.
So shortly, by next week, maybe Monday, you'll see in the classrooms those instructions.
Perfect.
And this might be a dumb question, but is there any technology in which this could be centralized in some way? Do you have any ability to observe patterns in these, or is this just up to whether a teacher happens to have a moment to glance up and notice it? How would we uncover trends that we might be concerned about?
The Environmental Action Plan Committee, we have an educational piece, and we have been inviting students to participate in projects. One of them is to monitor the CO2 sensors. And basically what we're going to be doing is getting historical data, so that hopefully we can, from that, we'll be able to be better prepared or well prepared as the weather or the bad air day or good air day quality changes, and we're able to keep track of that and be able to be prepared.
Trustee Davidson.
Would that sounds fascinating. Would that be presented at some point to all of us so that we can see it, or would that data, I know that some of these CO2 monitors, you can like log in from a public platform similar to like Purple Air, I think. Is that something that is available here or not with ours?
We do have Purple Air sensors, but at the moment there's a Wi-Fi issue, and I need some assistance on that. And with the technology preparing Chromebooks to be deployed in the next few days, he should be able to help me to correct that situation. But the monitors, the CO2 monitors, the students will be able to, I'm working with one of the teachers and a club advisor in finding locations, and the intent is to be able to monitor CO2. We'll be monitoring the AQI, and those are the two that we're going to allow, or we're hoping that we can have the students participate in to be able to help us.
Great, thank you. So this is incredibly helpful, and we do need to move on, but I think we have identified some areas of follow-up, whether it's, a future update to the board or to our environmental action committee, which has a lot of folks who do actually understand how HVAC systems work. So I think this will be an ongoing conversation, but this is an incredibly valuable update for us, an overview, and cross our fingers we don't need to find out how this all works under AQI levels of 150 or 200 and so forth, because we could all use a break. So thanks again, everybody, for all of the answers, all the information, and we look forward to hearing how all these systems are working in a few months. And with that, we will move on to item 8A, review and discussion of COVID protocols and implementation. So I'll turn it back to you, Superintendent Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. This is our feature presentation. I think that's what most folks came out to hear. What are our protocols? What are some fuzziness? What are some clarifications? We have the good fortune to have our chief leader here around COVID, all COVID in our district. Our executive director, Alexia Ritchie, will be facilitating a discussion tonight. So I hand the baton over to her at this time.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Wells and board members and our staff who's joining us tonight, and truly the community who is tuning in to hear more about our health and safety protocols and our implementation plan for this year. I would like to begin though by letting you know on a personal note that in my 29 years here in Albany and having the good fortune at working at every single school with every single staff, I can say with some authority that I've never seen this district work harder in the last 3 decades than I have just in the last 2 years to ensure that we are taking every precaution to keep our students in school and focused on learning, to keep our staff members healthy and here to support their students, and to do our due diligence to make sure that Albany is a safe place for everybody in our community. I want to appreciate then everybody who's rooting for us to get it right. I wanted to start with just some current data, some status updates, if you would. This is very relevant and very current. For example, I wanted to let you know that as of today, we do have 98% of our students who have returned for in-person instruction. As you know, we also have an independent study program. So 2% of our students are on that independent study program. I want to thank Director Shin for her leadership on that AB 130 independent study. Here's what we know also. We know that we're going to have COVID-19 cases, and we can also expect that the current rate of positive cases would be consistent with others in our county. This is approximately 10 per week, and that is reflected in our own school district data. Again, on average per capita, you can expect about 10 positive cases per week. So our mission is to prevent COVID-19 outbreaks. Again, we know we're going to have cases. Our mission is to prevent outbreaks. So each positive case is investigated and the response to that case is carefully reviewed. And I'll reiterate this. Our goal is to keep students and staff safe so that they're in school and focusing on learning. One of the resources we've been able to utilize is our Albany Unified School District's Public Health Group. I'd first like to thank Board Trustee Clementina Duran for suggesting that we outreach to our community to see who is able and has a background to advise and to be a part of the COVID liaison team, myself, for example, included. I cannot thank the community members enough. I'll let you read through the hardworking, very dedicated, humble medical professionals and healthcare professionals who have been helping me over the past 6 months to a year when it comes to questions that I have. Please also note their levels of expertise in public health, epidemiology, and other areas that contribute then to this public health group being able to advise, again, your district's COVID liaison myself. I'd also like to really thank my other district liaison, our school nurse, Monica Ming. She is absolutely invaluable when it comes to responding to parent emails, You wouldn't believe how busy she has been this past couple of weeks, and she tries to respond to absolutely every parent email. We team up, but I really appreciate her taking the lead, especially when there's medical questions. And someone who's not on here, but I would like to acknowledge, is our superintendent, Dr. Wells, who, as you saw just today, made a very bold and courageous move to dedicate my time to being your COVID liaison for this district. I really do appreciate his leadership and foresight on that. To expand a little bit on the public health group, these are some of the projects and some of the goals of this group. First, they were asked to aid the district in producing factual, clear, and accessible information on the COVID-19 pandemic. They've been an incredible source of expert advice on COVID-19 issues, as well as broad experience and expertise in public health. I do wish to thank Trustee Davidson and Trustee Dawes for joining us for our most recent meeting, which was just last night. We do meet twice a month. They have produced some FAQs for us. You know, FAQs are consistently being updated. In fact, right now, we're in between FAQs from the Alameda County Office of Education. On a call just recently, Friday, they mentioned that they were rewriting their FAQs and those would be available shortly. But we've had the privilege of working with this public health group to really contextualize some of the FAQs, the frequently asked questions around symptoms, exposure, and other case issues, as well as COVID-19 testing FAQs. They've also been able to provide samples and counsel regarding exposure letters, quarantine descriptions, and other graphical and written materials relating to COVID-19. And finally, we appreciate how they volunteered at our June 2021 vaccine pop-up clinic that we held at Albany High School. Side note, we will be hosting another vaccine pop-up clinic as soon as the vaccine is available for age groups 5 and up. I'm gonna start by answering a lot of the most common questions that I've been getting over the past year or so. So I'll start with, what is our response to a positive case? And I'll walk you through a day in the positive case life. The first step is that a parent or a guardian or a staff member notifies the school site liaison of a positive test result. At each of our sites, we have identified and trained our school site liaisons. They're primarily office staff. They could also be administrators. If you have a question about who your school site liaison is, please reach out to your school's front office. They will tell you who your liaison is at the school site. We really appreciate when you tell them of a positive test result. A case can also be identified via school-based testing and screening, but please remember that all positive results must be verified by a PCR test that is provided by a medical doctor. You know, we're a school building. We do not diagnose COVID-19. What we do is we screen for it with our on-site testing. We do rely on our medical professionals to diagnose COVID-19. The second step after you've notified your school site liaison is they reach out to the district liaisons, myself and Nurse Monica Ming. I have to tell you that we take phone calls and emails all day, all night, all weekend, so that we can respond immediately to a positive test result. I really do appreciate, once again, Nurse Monica Ming being available 7 days a week to respond with me to those positive results. Next, the superintendent and the Board of Education are apprised of the positive case. Also, that case is submitted to the Alameda County Public Health Department. Then we step into the heavy lifting. Step 3, the investigation begins. Close contacts are identified. Remember, close contacts are defined as less than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. That investigation then identifies those close contacts, and we add them to what's called a line list to determine who needs to receive an exposure letter. And the circumstances of the positive case, as you know, determine the appropriate response. And all of this is in collaboration with the Alameda County Public Health Department, as well as the superintendent. We in fact call the Alameda County Public Health Department and have phone numbers and contacts who respond with great ease and with wonderful support, individualized support for Albany Unified School District. Here are some of our options, for example, when we hear about a positive case, and we've had one of each, that's for sure. Sometimes we hear about an isolated case. There were no close contacts, but this might have been a student or a staff member who did test positive for COVID-19. Within our jurisdiction then, I need to report this to the Alameda County Public Health Department. That is the only exposure action needed, again, because there were no close contacts. Then we also have a decision to make. Do we go to a quarantine situation? We have some options which we explored a little bit later in my next slide. We can go to a full quarantine, and there is an option of a shortened quarantine, which I'll explain, or we can go to a modified quarantine for that class or that program where the positive case was detected. And finally, our last step, again, this is after a thorough but an expedited investigation. We want to be quick, but we want to be accurate. The exposure letters are drafted and they're reviewed by the district liaison, the school sites, and our school nurse for accuracy. These letters are then emailed to the impacted close contacts, including students and staff, and to our labor partners. Then the AUSD positive case dashboard is updated. And if applicable, short-term independent study contracts are developed for the students in quarantine or in isolation. And these are excused absences. I'll expand more on our quarantine options. Full quarantine means that all students and unvaccinated staff are at home for 10 days and can return if asymptomatic, so they can return if there's no symptoms on the 11th day. Students would be on a short-term independent study contract, and again, those are excused absences. Under the full quarantine, there is an option for a shortened quarantine. This would apply to masked or unvaccinated close contacts who remain asymptomatic, no symptoms. If no symptoms are present, a student can be released from full quarantine on day 11 after the date of the last exposure with no test, or on day 8 or later, if the test is taken on or after day 6, after exposure and the result of their test is negative. Again, I will refer to our sources as I'm going through here. All of these are referenced with the Alameda County Office of Education. And finally, our district has had a lot of experience now working through the metrics and the requirements of a modified quarantine. And we think we're certainly getting close to cracking the code, and we hope then to do it even better as the weeks come forward. A modified quarantine is a period of time during which students who may have been exposed at school may continue in-person instruction if all individuals are wearing a mask. I'd like to include here a bravo to Albany Unified School District staff and students. We have excellent mask compliance in all of our schools. We want to thank you for maintaining that mask compliance. Under a modified quarantine, however, students should refrain from all extracurricular activities pool, including sports, as well as activities within the community setting. Modified quarantines do not apply to staff. And again, modified quarantines usually run about 10 days. Lots of questions about our athletic program and our student athletes. So we're looking at how we can test all of our student athletes weekly, and we do plan to initiate testing this week. I'd like to thank, under the direction of Athletic Director Babbitt, Principal McNally, and Assistant Principal Lausine. In our current research, we did discover that the Alameda County Office of Education will be coming out with updated guidance shortly on youth sports. And we do know that athletes can be at greater risk due to the nature of competition and physical activity. So all AUSD athletes are required to wear masks at all times for indoor activities. And for outdoor sports, athletes are required to wear masks except when not possible or when the student is engaged in intense aerobic activity. And per league expectations, all spectators are required to wear masks, and indoor sports are limited to 50% spectator capacity. Lots of questions about testing for students and staff. This is the repertoire or the suite of tests that we do have at our disposal. I'll remind you that school districts are not able to diagnose COVID-19. What we can do is we can screen for COVID-19. If tests are positive, we will ask you to isolate. We will ask you then to confirm your positive test with a medical provider. But we do have a number of testing options for students and staff. The first one is a rapid test, known as a rapid antigen test. This is done at school sites with parent consent. And we are currently using Binax now for rapid testing. As you know, rapid testing does not diagnose COVID-19, and there are risks to false positives and false negatives. It is a very good screening tool, and we are using Binax now then with students and staff. We also shifted our PCR lab testing. Last year with our staff, we were using a company called Curative. This year, we are using Valencia Branch Labs for PCR testing. Right now, this is being used primarily by staff, but we're excited because it is available for students. There is a 48-hour response time for results. Again, this is a PCR test that gets sent to the lab, and results are then given to the individual via text or an email. And again, there's about 48 hours in turnaround time for you to get your results from the time you took your test. Our student athletes will begin weekly testing using the company City Health Services this week. Again, I want to thank Assistant Principal Lausine and Principal McNally, as well as Director Babbitt, for making sure that student athletes will begin testing this week. Then there's pool testing. We're using a company called Ginkgo. Ginkgo wanted to start pool testing this week, but unfortunately start time is delayed until Ginkgo can find testing personnel. And that's not just with Ginkgo. We were speaking earlier about the lack of medical personnel who are really being asked to work for other school districts, other companies. We do hope then to reach out to some of the companies that can provide additional medical personnel to help us with some testing. But the pool testing is done by Ginkgo. And the Ginkgo personnel, once they're located and confirmed, will begin pool testing in Albany. Consent forms can be found on your school website. And I want to let you know that in all of our elementary schools right now, we have about 50% of the population consenting to pool testing. We do hope to increase that. So again, if you have any questions about pool testing, It has not started yet. We do hope to start within the next week or two, and we do appreciate your consent to have your student tested in what's called pool testing. Pool testing goes from TK all the way up through 12th grade, by the way. And the company does say that it is okay to test vaccinated students, i.e. students in middle school and high school. So once again, we do encourage you to consent to pool testing. Right now at Albany High School, we do hope to increase those numbers. Albany Middle School, you have about half of your students consenting to pool testing. Once again, Albany, thank you so much for consenting to that pool testing. And then finally, and most important, we do have a request that if you can, you'll be tested with a medical provider, because this is how COVID-19 will be confirmed and diagnosed. But all families and staff will be reimbursed for any out-of-pocket expenses if you go to your own medical provider. There's questions about vaccination status as well. So for staff vaccinations, and as some of you know, and I believe I want to also thank our Chief Human Resources Officer, Marina Gonzalez, for taking the lead on this, because we have started the asking process, and we are collecting vaccination verification from staff, and we'll be able to report the status weekly. For students, and Trustee Duran already mentioned these statistics, I wanted to reiterate them, because we know and we celebrate the fact that about 90% of the eligible students who are 12 and up in the Albany Unified School District are fully vaccinated, and 100% have at least one dose. So we are exploring a system to collect individual vaccination status for students, right now on a voluntary basis, but we will be ready if this eventually becomes mandated information to collect each year, along with other vaccination documents that our families submit to our enrollment center and our offices. Lots of questions about safety during lunch and eating times. And you know, each school site is different, so eating plans vary depending on the space available and the number of students that are eating snack or lunch at any given time. But there are three main considerations that are in effect at all of our schools. And this is what I've observed as well. Eating outside as much as practicable. We do have some parents who have requested that their children eat inside for a variety of reasons. Again, these are very individual. Some are for health reasons. Some are for supervision or behavior reasons. And we do accommodate those parents who request eating indoors. Distancing during eating as much as practicable, while still balancing that with adequate adult supervision, especially in grades TK through 6. And finally, hand washing before and after eating. We have hand washing stations and hand sanitizers present in all eating areas. About a year ago, we developed a reopening plan, also known as our safety plan. We do recognize that information regarding COVID-19 mitigation protocols is always evolving and being updated by our own resources, Alameda County Office of Education and the Alameda County Public Health Department. Again, these are officials that we rely closely on for guidance. So we're committed to updating our health and safety plans once a month, and we're going to be posting the most recent version on our website. And you can find our most current plan, which was put into effect on August 12th, on our website, along with our positive case dashboard. Those can be found under parent and student resources. And finally tonight, I wanted to invite you all to our next in a series of town hall Zoom meetings. This is tomorrow, September 1st. I believe it starts at 6:30, where we will be reviewing our health and safety protocols and answering questions from the community. So please see the website for more information and that Zoom meeting link. Again, this is tomorrow, 6:30. And to conclude, many thank yous. I want to thank you for wearing a mask. I want to thank you all for staying home when you have symptoms. I want to thank you for washing your hands frequently. And I want to thank you for working with us to keep our community healthy and our schools open. And with that, I'll open it for the review and discussion.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I don't know what page the slide was, but on the quarantine slide, could you describe again the modified quarantine policy that we're following?
Certainly.
And what we're following here is not a policy, it's the guidelines, the county guidelines, which is a little
I'd
different.
just like to hear it reiterated to ensure that it actually matches the county guidelines.
Certainly. So there are county guidelines, and the source is, again, linked to the slide. So if you wanted some more specific information about the actual guidelines, please go to the Alameda County Office of Education. But in essence, I'll summarize it. We do need all people in that classroom environment to be wearing a mask. If they're not wearing a mask, we do not have the option to have a class go on modified quarantine. The modified quarantine also requires twice-a-week testing. We did a gap analysis of our capacity to offer twice-a-week testing. We then filled that gap. And again, I do want to thank Superintendent Wells for two pieces in particular. One, freeing me up so I could really manage all of the testing that needs to go on with modified quarantines, and allowing us to reach out for medical personnel to assist with that mandated and required testing. We have an interview tomorrow. We're hoping we can certainly have nursing assistants help us in that twice-a-week required testing. And finally, for modified quarantine, this is only applicable for in-school exposures. It is not applicable for out-of-school exposures. Those are the three main components for modified quarantine, President Hinckley.
Thank you. Yeah, I've read that policy many, many times that the county has posted, so I was surprised to not see testing mentioned on this slide. I think it's important that everything we post is accurate and accurately reflects county policy. So thank you for clarifying that we are actually following what the county's rules are for it. All right, with that, I will start with other board questions. Trustee Durham.
Maybe I'm going to start with sort of a big issue, I think, that has presented conflict around all this, which has to do with mandated, anything that's mandated. And I've been very confused because we say, and this is everywhere, this is the state says it, the county says it, we're mandating something, and then the next word after that is or. So to me, mandating is something that's a requirement, right? But then we then start adding all the exceptions to that. So I wanted to ask, I'll just focus on mandating right now, and my questions on mandating. One, can we mandate vaccinations of all staff here in the Unified School District? Because, you know, I just have to say it, that even though our kids have, our kids that are qualified, 12 to 17, 100% of them have gotten their first dose, it's not comparable to the staff. Staff is 38% of our staff are still lacking in being vaccinated. So this is a major concern. And for me, and I'm sure everybody else is, can we mandate? what is a legal requirement for mandating, and can we do it? We see other examples of districts mandating, for example, LA in testing. Berkeley has some mandated stuff. And so I want to clarify exactly what mandated, what we can mandate or not. Staff is one of them. The second one is, of course, students. If we can mandate it as part of vaccination requirements, now that there's a thumbs up from the feds. I want to know if we can mandate vaccinations for outside staff that are using our facilities, such as the YMCA, and anybody else that's using our facilities. I want to ask if we can mandate the modified quarantine testing. At this moment, it is an option. And a clarification is, even though there is the option that kids can stay home, but it also sounds like we are not clear in terms of, we are mandating it. And then if you're not willing to get the testing, then you stay home. So those are first clarifications that I would like, as well as can we mandate pool testing? So I'll stop there for now.
Let me take the first one. Can we mandate staff vaccination? And I think for those who've been following what's coming down the pipe and has come down the pipe, the way the Director Alexia Ritchie and others in our whole team, we have a public health order that came from the state, which is law, hence the mandate, that all staff by October 15th, and we didn't want to wait till October 15th, we're doing it now, must be vaccinated or test once a week. And so that is a mandate. And there's no options there other than if you're not vaccinated, you must test once a week as a staff. And the law says you have until October 15th to do that. We kicking it in and implementing it as of now, and starting next week, staff who is not vaccinated with proof that we have on record will be testing once a week. So I wanted to respond to that.
I think
one.
she may be asking whether we
my
can mandate
point.
it, period.
I'm sorry, I heard both of you guys
without
talking
testing.
at the same time, so
Sorry.
I'm a little confused.
I was trying to rephrase your question, Trustee Duran. I think you were asking, can we mandate vaccination, period?
Yeah,
Not the
gets,
or. The state
or
law
gets in the
permits
way.
test-
Sorry, or gets in the way of any mandate that we have. So it's not really a mandate. If you say, or you have other options, that's not a mandate.
Yeah, and philosophically, I get that piece. But in terms of the law, generally, I don't like to, when around legal issues, I don't usually like to play attorney. I think it'd be most appropriate around the legal issues that the attorneys respond to that. Berkeley just last week grappled with mandating their athletes to be vaccinated or not. They decided not to move forward. You have attorneys throughout who are conflicted on that issue, but that a question we can take to our attorneys and bring it back.
Can I add something about that? So I think why even the state has this option to, or test, if you're not vaccinated, then you have to test, is because there are medical exceptions when folks are unable for whatever reason to be vaccinated, and there are also religious beliefs that may exempt folks from being vaccinated. So that it would be discriminatory if we were to mandate that folks be vaccinated despite their religious beliefs. And so then that's where the option to test weekly instead comes in. I don't know if that helps explain why there's an alternative to mandatory vaccinations. And just so folks know, we are in the process of collecting that data for our staff. So we were very fortunate that in the spring, our labor partners were polling their members. And we learned from them that, there were really high percentages of folks that were reporting, self-reporting, that they had been vaccinated. In our survey now, we sent out close to 500. We sent out an email to close to 500 persons who we categorize as staff, which includes our actual employees who work like in an FTE position. It also includes our substitute employees, so substitute teachers, substitute clerical, substitute custodial, also includes our contracted employees. As you guys know, we've hired several contracted employees this year for positions that we were unable to fill. It also includes our interns, some of our paid interns, some of our unpaid interns. So everyone that we have currently on our campuses regularly, we ask to provide proof of their vaccination status. We've had about half of those folks have responded, and the results are trending as we expected, where about 98% have reported that they are vaccinated and have provided proof. So that's where we are with staff. To answer your question about some of our folks who are on our campuses who are using our space during the day, yes, we can ask that they either provide that information to us or that we confirm that it has been provided to their employers. One example of this would be, like the YMCA. We can work with the YMCA to ensure that those folks are complying with the mandate or requirement. And then finally, the next group that we are going to be requesting this information from are going to be our parent volunteers. And that's a large group, so that's going to go out soon. I haven't been in a big rush to get that going because our schools are trying to keep a lot of parents off campus right now, but that is going to be going out soon.
Ms. Gonzalez, just once again, if you would please clarify for example, the YMCA folks, when you say we can say yes, we're mandating vaccinations, but the or option always stands. Is that correct?
That is correct, because they're not actually employed by us. So if we were to work with the YMCA and say, are you complying with this, the order? They might say yes. However, we have a person who, isn't vaccinated for whatever reason, but we are testing that person weekly. So yes, it would still apply.
Thank you.
Vice President Das.
Yeah, I was just hoping that we could get follow-up on the mandate question, because I'm not all the way sure about, just hoping we can get some follow-up from an attorney in terms of because religious and health. So like if you have a religious belief that prevents you from getting vaccinated, that doesn't stop the mandate, nor does having a health exemption. You can still mandate something and say that you have to get vaccinated or you can't work here. And you don't have to put or give other options to accommodate religious beliefs or health. I mean, it's the same with the vaccinations that we do require in order for you to be a student in AUSD. Those same exemptions, those same religious and health exemptions apply. But we do require those in order for you to enroll your student or you can't attend school. So I'm just hoping that instead of going back and forth, because none of us, I can't say we're not lawyers because we do have a lawyer on the board, but that's not our specific area of law. So if we could just find out what the actual rule is so that we can actually implement the mandate if it's something that we could legally do, because as we go through the or and the maybe and like the 38% and different things like that, it seems as if we are opening ourselves up to more risk than we actually have to, because we just went through those amazing numbers that 100% of the kiddos have at least one dose. That means our kids are like, like stepping and doing whatever it is that they have to do in order to keep their fellow classmates safe. And they're doing it at 100%. So if we can find out the rules and regulations so that we can match their grit and match what they're trying to do to keep the person next to them safe, because they're going above and beyond. Because last time I checked, 100% is an A and 38% is an F. So
I have a response for you.
I
I
have one
appreciate that
today.
because well, I'll just, put it all out there. Full disclosure. I wanted to have an absolute mandate for some of these groups. And so I did consult with 2 attorneys, and both have said that no, you cannot create your own hard mandate. So, we might get ourselves in trouble if we were to try to implement that. And for the reasons that I described before. One is medical. So medical conditions are protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. And religious beliefs are also a federal protection. And so that I asked and answered. I asked 2 separate attorneys, and the answer is no, we cannot do that for any group.
So yeah, I want to make sure we get through all the different topics. If we could try to get them all on the table.
That's
so
fine,
what
but
I've written,
I do want to direct follow up there, only because I want to make sure that the question is clear so that I can get a clear response to the question. Because if there is a mandate and we have those 2 exceptions are there, then that's a very small group. It's very small. I mean, numerous doctors have come on these different calls that we've had, and they've said that the medical exemptions for not being able to be vaccinated is a very, very, very small number of the population. So if we take out the or and it says, and we mandate the vaccination, and we only have those 2 exceptions where a doctor has to say that you can't get this, or the other, religious belief, like if those are the only 2 exceptions, and then like you have to really say like, this is your religion, and then like whatever religious thing that you belong to can verify that. And those are the only 2 exceptions. And there's not the other exceptions where I heard from my friend on Facebook that if I get this, my left arm will fall off or a magnet will stick to my shoulder. Those are the things that I'm trying to exclude, not the religious beliefs and the medical, because we don't want anybody to put themselves in medical, harm's way. So is there a way to mandate without those, with those 2 exceptions is my specific question. And it doesn't have to be answered right now. I am happy for you to follow up with the attorney and get back to me later so that everybody else can ask their questions.
all right, how I understand your question is, can we do a mandate that includes an exemption, which is how some employers have done it. I'm going to put a pin in that one, along with Trustee Duran's other questions about mandates for student vaccines and mandates for student testing. I am going to write down all of these issues as they come up. I did want to clarify, and I want to come back to you, Vice President Doss, in case you have others, but one thing you said, Trustee Duran, was that testing under the modified quarantine policy is optional, but that is not actually what county guidance says. So I wanted to just, maybe I'll put a pin in this so we can make sure we come back, but I just want us to be crystal clear about what county guidance says and doesn't say, because I think part of the confusion that is going to come up tonight is that some of the communications are confusing people about what guidance is. So I just flagged that as well, but I wanted to note that you mentioned that. I want to make sure we come back to it. All right, go ahead with your other questions, Vice President Doss.
My other questions are, how many tests do we have currently, like kind of what's in our stockpile? Is it possible to place additional hand sanitizing stations outside of the campus right before you enter? And are all the schools that we participate with as far as athletics, are they all doing the same testing, or is that based on the school? Is each school doing kind of like different things what they've agreed upon, or are all the athletes doing the same testing as the schools that they're playing against?
I'll start with your first question, Vice President Dawes. We currently have about 1,300 rapid tests. We have an unlimited number of PCR Valencia branch lab tests. Ginkgo is responsible for bringing in the supplies for the pool testing. Perhaps Director Borrego can speak to the addition of hand sanitizers. And of course, we cannot mandate what other schools are doing. We do recognize that we have some PIF guidelines and guidance that all must follow. Those include CDC guidelines as well. But again, the only thing we can really control is what we're doing with our own athletes, as well as making a decision to not play a team if we're not comfortable with their health and safety protocols.
All right, I think we can get an update on the hand sanitizer stations at a later date. Vice President Dawes, did you have more questions? Okay, I'm just going in the order you all are.
Regarding
the
regarding the hand sanitizer stations, yes, we can place additional. The ones that we do have, we made them, and so it'll take about a week, maybe 2 weeks to put them together. But yes, just providing a number, we can do it.
Great, thanks. Trustee Lyra.
Thank you so much. So I had sort of a general question around the protocol that is surrounding like reporting a positive COVID case. I believe earlier, I think last week, there was like 2 COVID cases at the middle school that I had heard of through word of mouth from my peers at the high school. And from like what I recall from the presentation, the protocol was to like alert the like district liaison after reporting to the school liaison, which would then be like reported to the superintendent and the Board of Education. I don't recall like receiving anything of that from the district like about those COVID cases that we had heard about. So I'm like just like curious, or just asking like a clarifying question, like are there specific like COVID cases that we do not report, or like, or is there a larger priority that is like focused on like reporting to people that are like in close contact with the person? I've just like was confused as to why like I didn't hear anything about that from the district, instead of like why I had
Great question. Great question. I love the question. We don't report medical or personnel issues to students and student board members. We don't do that. It's just one as a practice and as part of our protocol because of the confidentiality of sensitivity around that with peer-to-peer and things of that sort. We do, however, or can, when we report general information to the community, include our student board members. And so I hope that clears it up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think I appreciate like the effort being made towards confidentiality, but I also feel that like as I am a very active like member of this community, as every other student is, like we are constantly being surrounded by other students. These things like affect us because we share classrooms with these students. So I understand that Allison and I were not alerted. However, like I think there are ways to keep these confidential without revealing the identity of the people who had these COVID cases. So like I would appreciate being alerted about that in the future. So I can also like alert my community members outside of just, yeah. like hearing by word of mouth.
Yeah, and I
And
think what we
are
could,
you asking as a board member or as a
or
board about how the community? Okay. I do just want to clarify, board members are also never told who has been infected or any personal or identifying information, just in case that was confusing. Sometimes we get an email that simply says, and we actually weren't notified of some of the ones early last week, but we just get an email that says a positive case has been reported in X grade. The same information. I don't want people to think that the whole board is up here knowing your personal business. So
yeah, thank you for that clarification. And to our student trustees, part of the other reason is we don't have you as part of our board list, full disclosure, and we would make that correction tonight because part of that can be an easy fix as well.
Okay, thank you. That was like my just question about that just as a board member. And then I know that Allison and I actually had some like high school specific concerns that we wanted to address to the board. I think like from what I like off the top of my head, something that like has been sort of, I don't know, it has to do with like the school bathrooms. We don't have like a lot of soap in our dispensers. I'm not sure if that's like something that is like, I don't know, mentionable, but there is like a lack of like I don't know. Yeah, there is a lack of soap in the dispensers in our bathrooms, and our blow dryers or like hand dryers don't exactly work. And I think like I've had to like leave the bathroom and like get hand sanitizer. And I know that hand sanitizer that we provide at the school does not like have alcohol in it, which like I've heard from some students is a concern. And there's also a lack of like signs or like just constant reminders of what the COVID-19 protocols are within, at least in our school. We have social distancing signs and signs that tell students to wear their masks. But when it comes to stuff like whether or not you should step out of the classroom to take a drink during class, or step out of the classroom to have a snack, or keep your masks on while you're in the bathroom, things like that are like little slip-ups that students make that can really make the students around them feel very uncomfortable. And it's and I know that it is a responsibility of like the other students and teachers in the classroom to like remind their students of those protocols. But if that was not like our responsibility all of the time, like I think having more signs around our schools could be more helpful in addressing that. And I don't know if I can pass it to Allison to continue, because I know that Trustee Davidson has a comment as well, but I think Allison will speak to this later on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just to add on, there also have been reports of, well, I've seen it myself actually, just observationally, you can see that there's a ton of crowding on the staircases. And I'm afraid that this isn't just the high school that has this issue, but I do know personally that it's the high school that has like a big issue because there's only 2 staircases and students will run down them to try to get to lunch, but there's like intense crowding. And so I just had a question for Director Ritchie, like, do you know how contact tracing is, or I know you would know, how is contact tracing working? Is it just saying, oh, is it the people that are like next to the students that get infected potentially that are sent home? Because I know that these staircases, no one's social distancing on them because it's impossible with the square footage and just the sheer amount of students that are descending down them at a single time for lunch. It scares me because I know that if, say, a student was infected, the students next to them in classes would probably be sent home, as far as I've heard. But right now, there's a chance that a lot more students were exposed to this, to a potentially positive student. So,
gotcha.
Yeah.
Excellent questions, Trustee Dana, and I want to be able to respond to all of them if I could. The first thing I want to do is I want to quote Dr. Moss from the Alameda County Public Health Department, who says that, quote, "We are not driving risk to zero. we are doing our best to mitigate the risks of catching COVID-19, especially in a school environment. So one of the things we want to make sure that everybody remembers is how to safely mitigate COVID-19 exposure. So for example, the very best way you can do this is to become vaccinated. And again, we're very proud that about 90% of our high school students then are fully vaccinated, and 100% of you already have the first dose. So that's a wonderful way to mitigate your risk of exposure. If you have, let's say, less than 6 feet of distancing between you and a positive person, another very crucial component to mitigation is wearing your mask and wearing it correctly. The other pieces include, and we mentioned this before, staying home when you have any symptoms. Even vaccinated people need to stay home when they're having symptoms. It's almost like feeling sick and not going to school. We do expect you to stay home when you have any symptoms, whether you're vaccinated or not. And then we also have the hand washing hygiene. But you asked a good question, and I want to define what a close contact is. And by definition, a close contact is if a positive person is around somebody, whether they're masked or not, whether they're indoors or outdoors. If you're around somebody for more than 15 minutes in a 24-hour period, and you're less than 6 feet from them, you are considered a close contact. Those two criteria then need to be met. So during our investigation, in fact, we just did one today, we spoke to the positive person. We had them go through their week, go through their day, go through their infectious period. Who were you in close contact with for more than 15 minutes? And you were less than 6 feet from them. And sometimes that can be just a few identified people. Hence, they would be getting the letter since they're considered a close contact. Sometimes it can be an entire class. Perhaps there was less than 6 feet of distancing for more than 15 minutes by that positive person, and they can identify that they were with most, if not everybody in that class, again, less than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes. And you've seen in some instances then, we've been able to identify individual close contacts, and sometimes the close contacts then are absolutely everybody in that classroom or that program. And I hope that answers that question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much, Director Ritchie.
You're very welcome.
I apologize to you, Trustee Davidson, for stealing your spot there, but yeah, I'll pass it on.
Don't worry, I'm always.
And
always
I did write
patient on
down the other things about signage and soap and so forth. So those will live on. We'll address those. Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
And those are important, and you all are in it, living it day to day more than us. So it's really critical that we hear that feedback. I appreciate it so much to know what's going on the ground. Okay, my couple of quick questions. What happens if we have a classroom that's in modified quarantine and we're doing that twice weekly testing and we identify a second positive case? What are the protocols of that? Why don't I just go one at a time? I have two more after that.
You bet. With any positive case, and again, school-based testing is a screening tool. It's not a diagnostic tool. So for anybody that is testing positive with a screening tool, it's similar to somebody who is exhibiting symptoms at school. And this is in our safety plan and has been consistent. We need you to isolate. And in every single school building, we have identified that isolation space. It's outside and it's monitored, especially for the younger students. Therefore, if we are conducting a screening test and somebody is positive, they will be immediately isolated. They'll be sent home for further testing with their medical provider. That person will be isolated. If we determine that that person is also positive, we would then start the process again of the investigation. We talk about when their infectious period was, who were their close contacts, do we have the ability to put this class on a modified quarantine? Perhaps we don't. Perhaps that student was not at school during their infectious period. Perhaps the screener was negative. and the PCR was positive, or vice versa. So when we conclude our investigation, we know what to do next. But if there is a positive screening result, or if there are symptoms, then we would immediately isolate that individual.
Can you just clarify, when you say a screening test, are you referring specifically to the rapid tests where you get the results within 20 minutes?
Correct.
Is that what you mean? So if we have students who are on campus getting a rapid test and they test positive, we would wait for them to get the PCR test in 2 or 3 days before we do anything.
No.
I mean, we would isolate them, but we wouldn't. What
Correct.
would we do in regards to their contacts?
Correct.
We would wait for that test.
You do need to
The
wait
3-day
for the
test.
diagnosis to come from a medical provider. You're correct.
And does a medical provider, does that include the PCR tests people can get at places like Curative and so forth? Because a lot of people's doctor's offices don't offer COVID tests.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody who's medically supervising a PCR test, that is the diagnostic test that will determine that positive case.
So just to finish Trustee Davidson's example, if there's a class on modified quarantine and we're doing rapid testing on site and a second student in that class tests positive on a screening test, we would keep that remainder of that class going to school for 2 to 3 days or 4 days until that second student gets their PCR test back.
Yes, and then that second student would be isolated because they tested positive on the screener. They would then be hopefully giving us their results within 48 hours. We would hope that they would be able to return. The class is still on modified quarantine, not just for the first case, but now also for the potential second case.
Thank you.
So does that extend the duration of the modified quarantine, or what are the implications of something like that happening?
It could extend it. Again, the investigation dictates when the infectious period was. So we wouldn't know until the investigation is completed. Was it simultaneous with the first test? Was it a little bit before? Was it a little bit after? That would determine the length of the modified quarantine.
Okay, I'll finish my next two really quickly. I appreciate that. How are the tests of our unvaccinated staff monitored? So once weekly.
I'll let you know that I think we're working on that process now. We do have the infrastructure in place. We'll be using Valencia branch labs. All employees will need to upload their information. We will then be able to track their testing. We'll be able to track their results, and we'll be able to follow up then with staff members who have not tested that week.
Okay, my last is a little follow-up to what Vice President Doss said earlier, but I'm wondering if instead of the mandates, if we can't do those, if we could have some incentive in the district for our staff who are not yet vaccinated. I know that yesterday, Director Ritchie, you had some idea of some populations within our district staff that maybe needed a little bit of encouragement. And I'm wondering if there are any ways that we could target some encouragement to help them get vaccinated, if it's not for medical or religious reasons that they're abstaining. And I would support that.
Now, that's a wonderful question. I think what I would want to do is certainly partner with our labor leaders to see, because as we discussed last night, there are some targeted populations that I have my eye on. I want to make sure that everybody has the correct information, that everybody feels safe, for example, to get that vaccine. I think one of the best things we can do, and we did this at our first pop-up vaccination clinic, is during our second clinic, targeted outreach, personal phone calls. Now that our Chief Human Resources Officer will have names for us, I now have the time, Trustee Davidson, to reach out to those employees and try to settle their fears or their questions in terms of vaccination for their own safety and for the safety of our community.
And I also just wanted to finish my comments with, I'm really appreciative that our district made this choice to have a point person with the knowledge that you have, and that after sitting in on the Public Health Professionals Committee meeting last night, I could see how valuable that is for you to have that as a resource. And I think that while there has been some discord surrounding those pieces in our parent community before, that I think this is something that is important. And if people have any questions or concerns about it, that they should absolutely reach out, because the information that you got during that meeting and I got during that meeting was really helpful. And while we all can be looking and researching, sometimes it's nice to have other people to just support you in a decision or to run something by who have different experience.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Trustee Davidson.
Trustee Durham.
Thank you. I'll keep to 2 or 3 questions. Ms. Ritchie, or COVID coordinator liaison person, wanted to ask you, now that you are super in charge, I mean, you were always in charge of the COVID stuff, but now you're super in charge. And what I want to ask you is, if you could articulate further who your support staff will be. I understand there's a school liaison people as well, but ultimately, now that you've got this title officially, the buck stops with you, right? In terms of all the testing that has to go on, that you will oversee it, that if necessary, you will do that testing, so that, because one of the things that's happened, parents have been confused because in one instance, a classroom was closed and went to full quarantine. Another classroom did not go to full quarantine, was modified. And I think one classroom was modified, then went to full quarantine, and then went back to modified classroom quarantine. Anyway, it's been very confusing. And it's really key that we eliminate all confusion, especially when it comes to COVID, because it's so scary for everybody. And so I want to be real clear that you are ultimately responsible for everything from the kind of communication that parents have gotten that is confusing, to the testing that's going to go on. And one of the areas of confusion, if I could just mention, has to do with the definition of what an outbreak is, because parents are concerned about, why aren't you closing a classroom down and going to regular quarantine if one student, or, oh no, it's 2 students now, you definitely have to close, when my understanding that a breakout and what requires you to go to a full shutdown is if there's at least 3 students that are tested positively, and there's some other requirements. So I'm wondering if you could give us that definition of when we go to full quarantine. And then also, what support do you have? What other support do you have? Is it correct that we're getting a new nurse coming in? And is it a full FTE, et cetera, et cetera?
Great. I'll start with how we would determine what an outbreak is. And we don't do this in a vacuum. We do this with partnerships. And the biggest partner we have is Alameda County Public Health Department. So as you recall, every single positive case, whether it's a student or a staff member, needs to get reported to the Alameda County Public Health Department. What happens next is we start to notice trends. So we started to notice a trend, of course, in that middle school classroom. And that's when we pick up the phone and we say, we need some help. We need you to help us define if we're looking at an outbreak right now and what we should do next. By definition, and we took notes on this just last Friday, and we actually confirmed this with our public health department officials, An outbreak consists of 3 medically connected cases, meaning you can trace 3 cases to the same condition. Now, this is usually done, of course, in a lab with molecular testing. However, there are always some strong suspicions, or there is some contact tracing, which would indicate that these cases are related to each other. And by definition, if there are 3 cases within a 14-day period that are all medically connected, that by definition could be an outbreak. But again, we have that defined by the public health officials. So with their guidance, we would determine that that would have been an outbreak. So far, we actually have seen only that 1 case at the middle school being medically connected. All of the other cases in our investigation indicate that the exposure occurred outside of school and that there were no more medically connected cases amongst the other schools. Again, we also spoke with our public health officials on just the sheer numbers, and were we seeing trends that were consistent with the other districts? And I do want to make one slight adjustment. The case rate per county right now is about 10 cases every 2 weeks. My apologies, it's not 10 cases every week. So again, when we start to see these trends, when we start to see these numbers, and we start to see where the cases are coming from, i.e. the same exact classroom in Albany Middle School, we would reach out to the public health department so they could help us define whether or not we're seeing an abnormally large number of students and staff members testing positive in our district, whether we're on par with county data, and whether or not we would be defined as having an outbreak. Your next question is about the team. And I'll start with the team that's around me in spirit and in support, and that's our executive cabinet. Every single one of the members of the executive cabinet that you see on this Zoom today are part of my COVID response team. I start there. Another extremely valuable member, and I mentioned this, is our own school nurse, Nurse Monica Ming. She's in our district 3 days a week. She has been essential in supporting us because she has that extensive medical background. We also, of course, have the public health advisory group. They're always ready to answer my questions. We also, again, reach back out to Alameda County frequently for direct and individual help. We have a greater Alameda County liaison team. We meet once a month. They update us with all of the information that they know and give us guidance on such things as, oh, this testing program is available for your school. Or, you know, we've updated our manual, so make sure you're looking at these pages instead of those pages. And then finally, it's really as simple as the compliance of the students and staff in our district who would make our life definitely as easy as they could when they comply with masks and symptoms and screening and everything else that needs to happen. So the team gets larger and larger. We do need this team to pull their own weight and to make sure that they are complying with all of the protocols. But specifically, I do have a number of circles that I reach out to. You mentioned our school site liaisons. They're integral in making sure that the communication is vetted, that it goes to the right people, that they're keeping track of the data that we need for testing requirements. Anything else I've asked them to do, they've stepped up. We have clerical who give tests to multiple, if not hundreds of students in the past couple of months. You know, we have site principals who, along with all of their other duties, come out and do testing with the students right alongside the clerks and right alongside myself. There's just a number of people that help support the actual implementation of our protocols, Trustee Duran. I hope that answered your question. If you have anything further, though, let me know if I can qualify anything.
Let me add, Director Alexia Ritchie, about the team that we have at the district office. I think it would be a bit more, would add some more insight. if you would be so kind, Executive Director Ritchie, to talk about, for example, Dr. Shin and her resources and what she brought today to the team to beef up our capacity and infrastructure to do all we can to keep our kids in school. I think it would be a bit more insightful to Trustee Duran regarding her question, and to all the board members.
Absolutely. In fact, I could go down the list if I could, and I'll start with Dr. Shin. We were looking, again, based on our gap analysis, for how we could increase the number of individuals who were ready and knowledgeable enough to give tests to our students and our staff members. Again, I mentioned that we have our school nurse, we have our clerks, but we were certainly looking for outside personnel such as registered nurses, LVNs, nursing assistants. And we sent our nets out there and were met with, well, we'll try to find you somebody, we'll try to find you somebody. I do have an interview tomorrow, so we're very optimistic that we could have somebody on board as soon as next week. What Dr. Shin did for us is she reached back out and she contacted some of her old colleagues or should I say former colleagues in her former district, and in a matter of about an hour, set up a meeting with me to review some of the other options for PCR testing. And so that company is sending me some of their information, and we'll be reviewing that to see if we want to go in that direction rather than using our own Valencia branch labs. But if I could go down the list, I would certainly have to say that we have heroes at the table everywhere. Our Chief Human Resources Officer, Marina Gonzalez, has done an amazing job making sure that folks are hired, that positions are available, and that, again, the vaccination information is being collected with fidelity. CBO Jackie Kim has been extraordinarily supportive when it comes to how we're utilizing the COVID-19 funds and what makes sense then to invest in our health and safety protocols. Dr. Biggs, just coming on board, has been integral in making sure that our students with IEPs, with 504 plans, are also given that extra layer of consideration, especially when it comes to what is the best course of action for a student in our schools, be it in-person instruction or independent study. And on that note, I'll circle back to Dr. Shin, who is also leading our AB 130 independent study program and has been remarkable in problem solving technology issues, curriculum issues, teacher issues, and everything else that might have come up in regards to independent study. And then finally, I mentioned our superintendent. Thank you, Dr. Wells, for your leadership, as well as your compassion when it comes to the mistakes we make and the victories that we have.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Executive Director Ritchie, I just wanted to start by saying thank you for this incredibly thorough, just very comprehensive presentation that is also so responsive to so many of the questions that have been, I know that have been thrown at you from the board, and I'm sure from other members of the community as well. It's super informative. I had two questions, please. One of them is, I wanted to make sure I understood what the term medically connected means, and I wasn't sure whether that has any relationship to, in-school transmission versus not. So by saying that I think you said that there was one instance of 2 cases that were medically connected. Does that mean or have any relationship with transmission having happened in school versus not? Do we have that information?
Absolutely. I'll start with basically the definition of medically connected. So it means that the case's exposure can be linked to the classroom only and no outside exposures, like their family or friends outside of the classroom. So it really does mean that we've been able to identify that the case was, that the exposure occurred at school in that classroom, and that those 2 people are basically sharing the genetic code of that one particular COVID case. So for example, it's only in school. That's how we can define that medical connection. And we have to be able to, even though we're not doctors, and we'll never get to that molecular level, you know, the two doctors are not going to compare notes and say, oh, this is the same exact structure as the other one. So our public health officials said that basically there is the best likelihood that you do have a medically connected exposure case, especially if you happen to be in the same exact classroom in school, and both students have contracted that right about the same time.
Thank you. And just if I could follow up quickly on that one, is there any, because at least for my sort of layperson sensibility, that feels different to me to know that there's an in-class transmission so if you're talking about what an outbreak is or what the level of concern is as far as students continuing to be in that class, that to me has a different sort of, it just rings a little different for me. So is there what's the notification? So if that being 2 cases and not 3, that's still not considered an outbreak. So is there any special sort of bell that is rung when we determine that an in-school transmission occurred?
You bet. In fact, the county will always help us investigate that and determine that. So we will not be making that determination alone. Similar to the case at the middle school and some other cases, we reach back out to the county and they help us determine if we have an outbreak. They also help us determine if there are some medically connected cases within a particular classroom, school, or program. So we always define what an outbreak is in conjunction with the county letting us know by definition if we do have one. We do not define that ourselves.
Okay, and so I'm sorry, I think this will be my last follow-up on this one. But so you moved on my screen. Okay, so that was not considered an outbreak, although there were 2 cases only, but it was seen to be in-school transmission. That was not an outbreak.
Correct. Our actions actually were determined by the guidance to prevent an outbreak, because we were seeing the trend of 2 cases in the same classroom. Therefore, the guidance from the public health department was, you have these options, you know, you can do nothing, you can do a full quarantine, or you can do a modified quarantine. We're seeing in this instance that you might have some medically connected cases. It's 2 cases in the same week. It's the same exact classroom. Therefore, there's a high likelihood that this is medically connected. Therefore, you might want to exercise the full quarantine, which is what we did in that case.
Got it. Thank you very much. And so then my last question was just as we talked about before, the screening and what happens in response to a screening from the school not being the same as getting an actual test from a medical professional. I'm wondering how it was determined or what the concerns are around sort of I understand that the student who screens has a positive screening is isolating, but that there's no communication made until a test result is achieved, especially since, you know, there can be a couple of days lag time there. I'm just wondering how that was determined, that should be the rule, if there are sort of privacy confidentiality, if it's just a concern that you're going to kind of ring the alarm and then have to dial it back, or just what the thinking was.
Certainly. Thank you, Trustee Boyd. I have a really good example for you, and it comes from Ocean View. We had a kindergarten classroom. We closed it down. We had a antigen test given to us. We determined that, well, okay, we've got a positive test. We should probably act on that. We acted on that, as you know, on Monday. Today is Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. We got some results from this one particular case where the PCR came back negative. Therefore, we've learned our lesson. We need to wait until there's a diagnosis, until there is a PCR test verifying that we have a positive case, in order for us to make a decision on quarantine or not. However, similar to a symptom, if we're doing a screening and that screening on that rapid test comes up positive, we are confident that we can isolate that one person and require further testing for them to return to school. And that's part of the guidance even with symptoms. Therefore, in that case, we would isolate that student. We would either support them on a PCR test or we would ask that they get tested. And then once those results come in, we will be making our determination. Again, we learned our lesson that we are not diagnosing COVID. We do need that PCR test to diagnose COVID.
Can I just ask a follow-up to that? Because I guess there are a couple of lessons you could learn from that. And so the other scenario now would be they get a screening test, a rapid test that's positive, they go home and isolate, and we do nothing with their class. And maybe 4 days later, and it could be a while, especially if we don't offer them the PCR test right then, because I know from experience, it can take a couple days to get an appointment, 2, 3, 4 days to get that result. So now that kindergarten class has been going on that whole time without any kind of communication until we get that positive test. So I guess that's a different lesson learned, right? Is now we have kindergartners who've been going to school for 4 to 5 days and we didn't tell them. And now we're going to have to tell them, well, we knew that kid might be positive, but we didn't tell you because we didn't have the other test. And this kind of seems to me like what modified quarantine was created for, was to allow those kids to continue to go to school with a couple of extra precautions while we wait for that confirmation. So are you saying that our new policy would be if a screening test produces a positive, that we do nothing until we get that PCR test confirmed, even if it means waiting for that family to find a provider, get an appointment, and then get those results back?
Let me just chime in here, because there's some components that if we were to get into all the specifics of this, we'd be here for quite a while, but this one is really important. That's the only reason I'm chiming in. One of the things we do, in addition to what all Executive Director Ritchie shared, is that we huddle up and the county is involved and we never not do nothing. And what we do, even with the screening, and we're not talking, may revisit this because it causes the pause, but families are notified. They are getting kids tested in the interim just in case. So we're trying to exercise an abundance of caution. And as she mentioned earlier, her team consists of the entire executive cabinet, including myself, and we make decisions in conjunction with the guidelines and things that are logistically sound, i.e. what you just described, Board President Hinckley. We've been doing that. So although it's a screening test, to exercise an abundance of caution, just in case the worst scenario turns out, and then we missed the opportunity to mitigate. We haven't been doing that. So we're staying the course in terms of our practices, but it does cause us to take a deep breath and ask questions. Could we have did something different? And so as we are constantly adhering to the guidelines, consulting with the county, we do have wondering questions about whether or not there was something we could have done differently. And we did everything right in this case. And Executive Director Ritchie, thanks for letting me chime in on this one.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. The only thing I'll add is, again, going back to Dr. Moss, we're not driving risk down to zero. What we're doing is mitigating the best that we can. So the pieces that we do have control over, even if I have a positive rapid test, are all of my students and staff members wearing masks? Are all of them staying home if they're exhibiting any symptoms? Are we doing hand hygiene and so forth? So while we are waiting for the positive PCR results, we do expect then that all other mitigation compliances are in effect.
So I just want to ask, I guess, one of my bigger questions. I'm jumping in because I never use my hand raising tool, so I have to wait till the very end. But I guess just this conversation highlights again that it seems like our protocols are are sort of in flux and evolving, and I'm still confused about whether we would notify families in the event of a positive rapid test. And my concern is that, you know, we have this guidance. I go to the county's public health call every single week. I've read every page of guidance that's out there. My concern is not with the guidance. My concern is that it's whether we're actually implementing it. And, you know, the guidance on modified quarantine from the county is very, very crystal clear that twice a week testing is required. And I know, and families who are here know, that they were told multiple times by district staff that testing was optional. And I'm really concerned about our messaging continuing to be confusing to families. And I think when you combine the uncertainty of the virus and you're asking people to embrace risk, which I think we have to do, we're in a pandemic. But when you combine that with communication that is confusing for people, it's hard. It's hard to build that trust. And I'm still hearing confusion about how we're handling cases. And I think the answer can't always be the county's going to help us figure it out. I think we need to be clear that we're following exactly to the letter what that guidance says. So that's just the concern I'm coming with, is that our implementation over the past couple of weeks has been bumpy. And I understand that we have limited staff, but as a board member, ultimately we're responsible, right, for making sure that this guidance is actually being followed. And I'm still hearing confusion about, for example, just tonight, the description we were initially given of modified quarantine did not mention testing. And I'm still concerned that we're not quite implementing exactly what the county suggests. So I'll say that I think the piece that I want to try to get some more detail about is how can we stand up the testing more effectively? That's the layer that the county and the state have been emphasizing. It's the piece they emphasized building up to the fall, was that we're going to have all this testing. Testing is one of the best ways to identify outbreaks. But we seem to, and it sounds like for some of these tests, you said we have an unlimited supply of PCR tests, and yet we're not immediately offering that to the families. We're only testing every other week with the pooled testing. I'd like to hear more about whether we can use our testing capacity to implement all of this more effectively. So for example, the districts that are using modified quarantine, they're not giving families the option to go test somewhere else. They are going into that classroom twice a week and doing the test themselves. And I would just like to know if we can do that, because I think it's the most effective way to make sure that this actually works. And I think the same issue with, if somebody has symptoms, we isolate them and we give them a test. We test the students weekly, not every other week. We already talked about implementing the staff testing, but I'd like to hear about whether that's possible or what's possible, because I think given our situation, we're not going to be able to accomplish certain mitigating measures. So testing is one of our best ways to keep on top of this as it evolves. And yet when I get emails, from the school, we have a limited supply. If you need it, come get it, which is very different from, we want to test everybody. We want to test as many people as we can. And if your child is in a modified quarantine class, we will do the testing, period. Not call the office and find out where to send your test results, or it's voluntary, do it if you have time. So could you say a little more about what the potential is and what the obstacles are for just standing up our testing much more effectively and much more proactively in order to address some of these concerns?
Let me be crystal clear about something. Since we're not talking to just each other, we're talking to the community. I want to be clear that our staff is committed 1000% to adhering to the state and county guidelines, specifically around testing. We're being more aggressive after day 3 as we begin to see the capacity and be honest with ourselves whether or not we have the capacity to do the testing. Some of our decisions was being real honest with ourselves because we didn't realize how time consuming the testing was. And if we couldn't do that, we needed to close down the classrooms. Since then, testing is crystal clear and everybody's on the same page now and got there very quickly that testing is not an option. Testing is something that we have to do and it's twice a week. And that's not a negotiable piece. That is part of the guidelines that we must adhere to and we're committed. And to get a little more detail, because the issue is on the table, I wanted to be crystal clear so people are not fuzzy, that we have shifted, as I mentioned in my superintendent report, because one of the things that's crystal clear to all of us who are doing this work every single day in every district throughout the state, if not the country, is that we have extra COVID money that we've gotten from the feds and the state to hire staff to help us with this. The issue is there's no staff to hire to do this work. So in order to do this work and treat health and safety as a priority, we are letting go of a lot of duties so that we can commit to, most importantly, testing twice a week to keep our babies in schools. And so that is a priority, and we're doing that with great fidelity right now and moving forward. And so if it was fuzzy, I hope it's crystal clear to everybody who's listening now that our commitment in Albany Unified School District is not wavering on what's most important. And as I agree with you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley, that testing is a must and it's one of the most effective mitigating pieces. And you can't get to pick and choose what guidelines you're going to adhere to. You have to adhere to all of them. And we needed to be real honest with ourselves about our limitations and what we needed to do to eradicate, if you will, get rid of those limitations and have the capacity, if you will, to do the wonderful work that we're doing right now and moving forward so that we don't risk outbreaks. And so I understand your concern, but I also wanted to be clear what we're doing and what we're not doing. And maybe we need to do a better job at communicating that and being crystal clear about this is not an option and that kind of thing. So we'll go back and huddle and take the feedback we hear from board and the community. But I just want the community to know we are committed 1000% to doing what's right and adhere to our state and county guidelines.
So do I understand you saying that we will be doing the twice weekly testing for all students in a modified quarantine classroom from now on?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And if
I think that would be, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Not only have we committed to that, but in practice, with every single class that has been put on a modified quarantine, we have offered site-based testing twice a week. Every single class that's been on modified quarantine has been offered twice a week. What we learned from early last week to the end of last week is how to collect that data and how to enforce that with the parents. What we'd like to do is to make sure, again, that all families are compliant with either site-based testing at school or with testing on their own. The other thing, and I need to correct you, our pool testing is weekly. We were looking at twice a month. We have shifted that to weekly. So pool testing will be done weekly. Finally, the exposure letter, which gets sent out with every positive case, has my name at the bottom with my contact information. So we ask any community member with questions to please send those to myself. Thank you.
So this is the last thing I'll say, because I know I've taken up this time, but I heard you two say two different things. So Dr. Wells said that we would be doing the twice weekly testing for modified quarantine. And I heard you saying we would offer testing to families, but they could also do it on their own. I'll let you all figure out how to clarify it, but the families that were in those classrooms, it was not clear to them that they could just send their kids to school and someone would come in and test them. So what I would like to see, and I'll let other folks ask their questions, but what I would like to see is a model where someone comes in and tests every student in that class twice a week. That's how other districts are doing this successfully. And I would just like to suggest that we follow the model of other districts that are successfully implementing this.
Well, let me respond to that, because I think what you're hearing is that, and we're not saying anything different. I think the interpretation is just that, an interpretation. Let me clarify this. Parents have a right to have their own kid tested by their own medical provider and not a school. So we can't preclude them from doing that, even if we wanted to. The most important thing is that we implement and monitor that the kids are tested, whether it be us who do it or the parents who have their health provider do it. And so when executive director says, use the word we offer, and I said we do, we're not saying something different. It's a different interpretation. So let me clarify that, because what I don't want us to do as a governance body to the community is start to confuse them. And so to the community, parents still have the right to refuse our testing and go to their health provider that we offer, as Executive Director Richie just mentioned. And they have a right to go to their own health provider and get the test and bring back the verification that the kid and the result that the kids were tested. So I think we will work on that, President Hinckley, on clarifying our written communication, so that the bottom line is that the kid is tested, whether it be by us or their own medical provider, and that we have verification of that is what's most important.
Okay, great, thank you. I don't know, I'm going in order that you are on my screen, so apologize if this is out of order, but Trustee Duran.
No, Vice President Doss had his hand up before me, so please, Vice President.
Yeah, I had a few questions. In terms of what was just being discussed, I'm wondering if it can be worded, or if it can be cleared up to say, we will provide the testing if, as a parent, you disagree or do not want to participate in this form of it, then you can provide your own test, which still gives the parent the option to say, hey, I don't want you to do it, I'll do it myself. But can it be like, can it be the practice that we're gonna do it? And if for one reason or another you disagree, then you can go out and get your own test. Can we word it that way? Because that kind of matches up with what it says in the CDC guideline. So that's my my comment for that part. And then I had a few questions. We have the medical providers who have graciously volunteered their time to provide their expertise. And I won't even pretend to, understand all that goes into that. I guess my question around that is, are the medical experts that are helping us out, helping us to interpret the guidelines that we're supposed to follow to make sure that we understand them correctly? Because those guidelines were written by Dr. Moss and his team. So I'm assuming, that there's, medical terminology and different things that in order for us to fully understand it, working with doctors that can kind of break it down and help us understand everything makes sense. So are they working with us to interpret the guidelines so that we can know exactly how to implement it, or as experts, are they providing their own kind of advice and things that we should do that might be different or might be kind of their from their their expertise, specifically from from that. So that's my question around that. And then for Director Ritchie, prior to becoming our COVID director, you did have a lot of other jobs. So I'm wondering who's doing all that stuff now that you have had your plate cleared.
Certainly. I'll start with your first one. The for an example, you know, the medical group, the health group that's working with me, they are certainly a very important group that I reach out to. I'll give you an example though of how we've reached out to Dr. Moss's staff specifically, and that was to revise our exposure letter. So last week, my team, Superintendent Wells and a few other folks were on a call with Dr. Moss's team. A member of Dr. Moss's team walked through every single line of our exposure letter, okayed it, and said, use this from now on as your template. Come back to us every once in a while to make sure that your exposure letter is accurate and up to date. So that exposure letter that we started sending out, I believe, and we're up to our 9th or 10th case, I think, in this 2-week period. But we were able then to use the template that the Alameda County Public Health Department and Dr. Moss and his staff, for example, were able to vet for us. That vetting process also included the requirement to be tested twice a week, but that the testing needed to occur in one of 2 places: supervised by a staff member at school or supervised by a medical professional with their own doctor, their own pediatrician. Those are the 2 tests that qualify for the twice weekly testing under a modified quarantine. Therefore, we continue to, and I won't use the word offer, we continue to have testing available at each one of our school sites when there's a modified quarantine or simply on demand. If there's a person with some concerns, if they're a staff member or a student, then we will certainly test them. I did mention that we have an unlimited resource of color PCR tests. We also have enough quantities of our rapid tests to at least get us through the next couple of weeks. We do know that we need to reach back out and purchase additional test kits to see us through the rest of this school year. We don't anticipate running out of the PCR tests, and we certainly hope that the economy can support us on our rapid testing.
Did you have other questions, Vice President Doss?
Yeah.
Sorry, there was one follow-up, your last one. And that I'll refer back to Superintendent Wells with his new organization chart. I believe my other duties, and I graciously thank my team members for taking on all of my extra duties. Those can be found in the updated org chart.
I'll refer back. I only have a couple of other questions. I'm wondering if there could be, if we could go over really quickly what happens in terms of siblings, like if a class is closed. So if we have a class that's closed and there's a sibling in there that might have been exposed for one reason or another, if that class is closed and they have an older or younger sibling, that sibling will still come to school if they're in a different class.
Are you referring to a positive student who has a sibling who's not positive?
No, a sibling that is in a class with another person who is positive. So if you have a class of 24 students and one of those 24 students is positive, and then the kid that sits right next to that student also is sent home but has a sibling in a different grade, that sibling will still come to school while their brother or sister quarantines.
Well, we do have a couple of resources. In fact, around some of our campuses, you'll see the symptom and exposure flow chart. And so depending on their level of exposure, we would need that family member to walk through the flow chart to see if that individual needed to start in quarantine or start in isolation because they're also positive. But again, our duty is to make sure that the positive individual is in isolation. If a student is a close cohort or a close contact of that positive person, they are also impacted. Again, they're considered a close contact. What we don't do is we don't go out to the next ring. We don't say close contacts of close contacts to the positive person need to be in quarantine as well. That's 2 circles out. We do ask them though, and you'll see that the exposure letter asks everybody, just monitor yourself for some symptoms. You know, if you think you might have been exposed, you can come to the school and you can get that screening, you can get that testing, or you can check with your medical provider to see if you actually are positive because you have that risk level. But siblings who are impacted, and there's many different reasons why a sibling might be impacted. For example, let's say they have a medical condition and they're very sensitive then to any condition at school, which would require them to make the decision to, let's say, self-quarantine. So there's many different reasons why families would say, you know what, you can go to school, your classroom hasn't been impacted and there's no impact at home. But there's some families that have to say, you know what, I got a positive person at home. Can I send my sibling to school? Again, go back to that flow chart, because if you're considered a close contact of anybody, whether they're at home or in a school setting, you do need to follow the quarantine requirements.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. I appreciate it.
Trustee Durham.
A couple of things. For a while, I thought I was not listening to what's been going on in Albany Unified School District. We were talking about being crystal clear, but honestly, I think we've sort of sugarcoated what's gone on in the last couple of weeks. I think there's been lots of confusion in the community because of things that we are not unfortunately staying the course, or at least we haven't in the past 3 weeks. And I'm happy to hear, I'm really glad that we're going to have our COVID director liaison at the district level to really be in charge of everything. And that's why I had asked you earlier, because ultimately I want to be able to talk to you or have the parents know that they're going to get definitive answers from you, because it's been really confusing. And for example, you mentioned the flow chart. That is confusing. It has been confusing. We need to make our communication really clear, really basic, in a way that there is no longer any confusion. I think President Hinckley's already talked about the testing. I think that's been a major source of confusion. And once again, I definitely absolutely agree that the district has to be more proactive. We need to be able to say to parents, this is what it is in terms of testing, and we will provide that testing unless you rather not. But the point is that we are offering the testing, and I think that's already been articulated. So I won't, say much more, except that proactive, and us being proactive, doing everything we can so that there are not stumbling blocks for parents, so they are not confused by what the requirements are. And I know there's money, COVID monies, and I'd like to know how we are spending those COVID monies in terms of personnel, to address personnel, because there's a lot of work that has to be done. And at the end of the day, Director Richie, you are going to be responsible, but you need that support. And so what monies have we spent for COVID personnel? I hear the talk that, you know, the schools are going to be responsible, the clerical people are responsible. And that kind of concerns me because I know they have other responsibilities too. But if we are going to say we're going to do this and they're going to be doing the data, include, you know, writing up the data or investigating, some of their assignments are going to be put on the side too. And so I think we have to pay really much more attention to the needs. And I would like to know about how much money we are spending on COVID personnel now. I'd like to see a chain of command, if that will, a flow chart of all the different tasks that have to be done and who is specifically responsible. Something that parents will know. At the end of the day, they can call you certainly, but you know, in the morning, is there somebody else they can talk to, and who is that? And I think we're assuming a lot of things. And I'd rather it be crystal clear in terms of really being drawn up. So it maybe 2 questions is specifically, what COVID monies have we spent in terms of personnel? And 2 is, in terms of the testing, we have, you know, we've had parents write to the board and saying, look at what LA is doing. They are spending all this money to test all the whole district, staff and students once a week. And can we do that here? So what are we doing in terms of being sure that we're doing as much testing as we can, that we can offer our students in the coming weeks and months ahead?
I'll start, and perhaps Dr. Wells can finish up, but we do have a number of options that we're exercising, especially with our COVID mitigation funding. I already mentioned that we're interviewing some potential nursing assistants and LVNs and RNs to assist us with that testing. We are also, again, in a position where we do have the chain of command who starts with me and really does, I think, impact the ability to have crystal clear communication. Again, we do request and we welcome people who contact me personally so that I can address their specific concerns or questions. Again, my my signature block is on every single exposure letter that goes out. We're very optimistic that we can find additional personnel to help us with that testing piece. Now that I have my roles crystal clear, there's also additional resources to help with the data collection and overall the enforcement of the testing, whether it's going to be a staff member or a student who's under modified quarantine.
Did you have other questions?
Well, let me, first of all, Trustee Duran, thank you for these wonderful suggestions. This is what helped to make us better and stronger. We acknowledge it, we appreciate it. We're going to huddle up and rethink our strategy about communication and being clear. But in the interim, I want to be clear that we did identify, in the interim, while we're looking to hire more staff, we did identify current staff to make sure we had sufficient number of people ready to do the testing so that we can keep our kids in school, because not doing the testing is not an option. And we can get you the other information you requested to the whole board, because I think it's good information. around how much money we spend towards personnel and how much we have set aside now for the remaining personnel that we can benefit from, if that's okay with you.
Yes. It's okay with us. Did you have another question, Trustee Duran, or is your hand just remaining up? Okay. I want to give the board members a chance to do one more round of very quick comments if there are things that we haven't touched on yet, and then move to the public comment. And so maybe these can be comments for notes for the staff to update us on later, or suggestions for areas that we'd like to see addressed or improved or come back to us. So I have two quick ones. One is something that's come up is the areas where we know kids have unmasked interactions, primarily lunch. And I know that we have limited spaces, you know, there's all sorts of logistical issues, but I just want to emphasize, you know, that I think for me, that's a continued area of concern, not just, you know, primarily because we don't want kids to obviously get sick, but also because unmasked exposures are not eligible for a modified quarantine. So to the extent that we can figure out ways to have children, especially at the elementary level where everyone is unvaccinated, only having lunch with their class, to the extent that there's some way to minimize those unmasked close contacts, I'd like to hear more about how we're continuing to work on that. And I forgot my other one, so you're lucky. We'll move on to Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. This is something that we touched on, but it's just something I wanted to make sure is kind of checked into and perhaps comes back to us with clarity around what the county guidelines require as far as notification or modified quarantine beginning at the point of a rapid test, as opposed to needing to wait until the medical provided test. Can't speak anymore. Thank you.
No worries. I'll quickly answer that one. We do need to wait for the diagnosis to come from a PCR test. We cannot make that diagnosis or that decision to put a class on modified quarantine with simply a rapid antigen test. We do need to wait until we have that verified by a PCR test.
And that's coming from the county.
Correct.
Thanks. Vice President Dodd.
Do we have any plans or updates in place for upgrading our outdoor seating for students eating outside on various campuses, just to kind of motivate that, but also make it more comfortable for the students, since it seems like they will be doing that for the foreseeable future. And then does that qualify under the terms to be able to use the COVID funds to upgrade those?
All right, we'll put that in the bucket of outdoor eating. Unless you have an answer to that right away, but I'm trying to sort of gather everything at once. Trustee Boyd.
I'm sorry, and thank you for the answer to my question, Executive Director Ritchie. I'm curious as to whether there's any exploration of the possibility of providing some form of communication as opposed to actually doing a modified quarantine, if there's some middle space, if there's any communication that can or should be provided at the point of a screening, but before the medically provided test is performed. So I just want to throw that in the group.
No, good point. And Trustee Boyd, I know, again, from lessons learned, the rapid test can produce false positives and false negatives. So one of the things that would happen, for example, if we used an antigen test to put students on a modified quarantine, Remember, that prevents them from outside community activities. And that was one of the reasons why we really did appreciate when we got the negative PCR test for that one class at Ocean View, because then we were able to lift any quarantine from that one particular class. So again, those rapid tests, for example, and I've seen many of them, right? Do say clear as day that there can be false positives and false negatives. Again, if we have a suspicion, we could certainly put that class on modified quarantine. But again, that precludes them from any community-based activities. And in this one particular case, then it wasn't necessary.
But what we want to get, but one of the things we do want to do, because that is a real essential question, is I do appreciate the president putting all those questions in a bucket or whatever, however you're doing it, President Hinckley, for us to come back to you because to double down, because we've been on overload with mastering, and right when we think we mastered, we realize we have a couple holes here and there. So we don't want to be too rigid with that, but we do want, because that begs the question from a logistical perspective, if you will. If we want to keep all of our kids safe, is it better to be an exercise in abundance of caution and do A, B, and C, opposed to waiting for an official piece? And so what Executive Director Ritchie and I would do, we would go back and revisit and double check and triple check, because we remain open and fluent, because we always want to do what we think would be best for the kids in the community. And so we heard you mention that, I think 2 or 3 times. And so we heard you, it's what we're saying. And it's a great question, it's a fair question, Trustee Boyd, and we thank you for it. And so we'll circle back.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that I'm being clear that I'm not talking about a modified quarantine. I am asking about some form of communication going to families, for instance, and I appreciate that we need to be doing all the things. And so we should always be doing all those things. I also have a 9-year-old who I ask every day, did someone tell you to clean your hands before lunch? And most times the answer is like, or at least half the time the answer has been no. And so, you know, there's like, when you realize that you're at a heightened level of concern, it's possible that that information, or that you're potentially at a heightened level of concern, that information might be helpful to classrooms or to families who are already trying to do a really good job, but are now going to really kind of kick it into hyper gear. So that's what I'm asking about. But thank you. I appreciate all your.
Yeah. And I get it, noted the communication part. I get it. So what we do, just so everyone knows, we take what we hear from the board, because it makes it very rich, and we go back and we huddle up, and we become better and better servers for our kids in our community. And so it doesn't fall on deaf ears. Executive Director Ritchie is really good at taking, and we're even better when we do it as a team, and we're doing this as a team. So I just want to let you know, we heard you, it's written down, and we're going to circle back and make sure we get back to not only you, but the entire board.
And we'll be doing that in partnership with Alameda County Public Health Department officials as well.
Trustee Davis.
This is just a quick follow-up on that. So if we're hiring more nursing staff, are they qualified to give the tests that would prove positive? Are we able to give those on site, or does that have to be done at a medical office?
Well, you know, we're not equipped to diagnose COVID-19. I'd have to ask that medical person if they were equipped to diagnose COVID-19. We're not hiring a doctor or anything like that. We can certainly check their qualifications from my experience. I'm just not quite sure if that person would be equipped to actually diagnose COVID-19. They would certainly be instrumental in helping us screen for it.
Are you asking if they can administer the PCR test that gets sent away to a lab, Trustee Davidson?
I guess I'm just trying to find out if there's any way that we can accelerate this, getting a positive screening on the school site to getting a positive
tests so we can do everything possible to eliminate this little window of time that's causing us the concern between when we think we have a positive to when we know we have a positive, and to notifying all of our families that there is something really to be concerned about, but not raising red flags unnecessarily. So it's just an idea I had. I think it'll take more investigation. I don't need an answer right now. Just an area to continue thinking about.
Certainly.
Well, my understanding is the answer would be we could administer the PCR test right there on site, rather than saying, make an appointment with your doctor or find an appointment on Curative. We could administer the PCR right then. You still have to wait the 2 days for it to turn around, but that's my understanding of, we have those PCR tests, we can administer them. Is that,
No, that's it. And I would just also, if that's going to become extremely cost prohibitive because we're doing that so frequently, or if there's other areas that would make that not something that we would want to be doing, or ways that we could navigate that, it's just a road to explore. But yes, if we could administer the PCR tests more rapidly than someone going and finding a site and then waiting to get that appointment and then waiting for those results, that sounds like it could be up to 3 or 4 days. And we've heard from some families that is a challenge, and it's an added stress on the parents when they're already a little bit concerned and stressed out.
Certainly. And just to respond, and I mentioned in my slide that this year we do have the capacity to offer the PCR test through the Valencia branch labs to students. So yes, that is available, and that does qualify as a diagnosis. But again, there is a turnaround time. And I think as Superintendent Wells mentioned, we do have that as a service. And there are some families that trust school and site-based testing, and there are some that would prefer the confidentiality of their own medical providers. And so we do accept, of course, test results from family members. We do reimburse them if there are expenses associated with that. And this year we do have the ability to offer a PCR testing at school. The insurance company is billed directly, so that's a no-cost service to the district.
Thanks. Trustee Duran.
A question I have is around if a class is has to stay home, quarantine, full quarantine, what does their learning program look like?
It's a short-term independent study program.
And I'd like, I'm sorry for interrupting, I want a description of what that would look like.
It's similar to our traditional short-term independent study contracts, where the students are given a, let's say, collection of work, a collection of activities for the time that they're going to be out. They are working on that independently. We do have support from the teacher when needed and when necessary. And then those students return to school and they submit their work.
Can I ask why there is not like a Zoom learning going on with the teacher, like supervised teaching and learning?
Certainly, I think Dr. Wells mentioned this earlier in terms of how we're pivoting to independent study. There's even some discussion in terms of what we can do to address those students on long-term independent study. But Dr. Wells, he did mention that in conjunction with our labor partners, we're looking at what we can do with that independent study. Currently, it's a short-term independent study contract.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have several questions around that, and I don't want to take the time now. Maybe I could send my questions directly to you, and then it could go to the full board in terms of responses.
Certainly. And just keep in mind that if you're fully vaccinated, you do not need to quarantine. Therefore, vaccinated staff members are coming to school. And in fact, they're working with other students who are also vaccinated. So even though a class might be in quarantine, for example, at the middle school, we actually have some students, I'm not going to say a lot, but some students do qualify to be on campus. Therefore, that teacher would still be working with those students?
Madam Chair, and you probably already know this, and I don't know if the board is finished, but just to bring your attention, we have 12 hands up in the audience, just to make us cognizant that we have a lot of people waiting for answers.
All right, Trustee Duran. Oh, your hand went back down. Okay. All right, I'm going to move to public comment, seeing no other board comment, and then we will need to extend our meeting. Wait for the timer. I think we need to do 1 minute, Julie.
Just give me 1 minute to reset it then.
Great, thanks. We'll start with Jessica.
Hi, thank you so much for all this really great information. And I know how hard everyone is working on this. And I am just asking that we put some more kind of stringent preventative measures in place. I really, really want my kid to stay in school this year. I would love for there to be, you know, a full year of school without any remote or independent studies. So I'm hoping that there's a couple things that I think would help. Basically, taking all the "you could do this" or "this could happen" out of it would be really helpful, like mandatory weekly testing of all students and staff, and removing the modification to the quarantine, making things be much more clear and not sort of up to everybody, I think would really go a long way to help making things safer for our kids.
Thank you. Payal. Whoops. Payal, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm a parent of a 6th and 10th grader, and I just want to say I appreciate everything the school administrators and staff are doing during this really challenging time. And I want to start by saying that our mandatory masking is an excellent measure. I hope we can maintain that, but it's really not going to be enough at this moment as Delta is surging and a vaccine is still weeks or maybe months away for our under 12s. We need additional combined interventions layered together to reduce transmission risks. We can avoid mixed cohorts as we did in the spring to limit circles of exposure. We can stagger meal times to limit crowding when kids are unmasked. But our weakest link is the honor system of reporting cases and the modified quarantine that's riddled with loopholes you could drive a truck through. You don't make public health decisions based on an honor system or make optional choices. You make it based on clear requirements and verification of those requirements. We have to remove the modification of the quarantine, and we have to have mandatory testing for anyone who is unvaccinated.
Thank you. This says PCC.
Hi, am I on? Okay, hi, this is Elizabeth. I'm the parent of a 4th grader who was in one of those classes that was exposed in the first week of school. And I wanted to share my experience and really advocate for mandatory testing for everyone who is exposed, who is not vaccinated. We were told that it wasn't mandatory. We were on our own to get testing. The school wasn't going to be tracking it. It was extremely concerning and unnerving. I ended up keeping my daughter home until she had 2 negative PCR tests because I didn't want to contribute to further spread of COVID in that classroom. But I know that not all parents made that choice. I believe some children were still going to after school programs during that time. And this is not the way to mitigate the pandemic in our district. So we must have mandatory testing. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you. Andrea.
Hey everyone.
Great, seeing the ticker go. So thanks so much. I really want to frame this around as the year goes along and COVID becomes more endemic. If we really want to do our best to mitigate, to quote the district, then I think we really need to constantly interrogate our practices, use all available data and guidance, and also be crystal clear about what we're learning from our experiences and then adapt. Tonight's made really clear this is confusing and the messages and the actions are confusing. So some suggestions. Please stop using modified quarantine. Families I know who've been told to be in that modified quarantine are experiencing testing and communication failure. It's not that they weren't compliant. They've been told that AUSD is not verifying or tracking testing for modified quarantine. This is multiple families. Tonight's discussion did not convince me that we can provide the crystal clear information we need to use this option safely. When students quarantine, please make sure they have access to activities and homework. Let's follow LAUSD's lead and do weekly testing and mandatory testing for unvaccinated exposed students. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I'll start by saying that there is huge support in Albany for keeping kids in school to learn while keeping them and our families safe and healthy. That's the goal so many of us have been working on for months. So any critiques of the district's COVID plan we're hearing tonight don't undermine that goal, just the opposite. By pushing for a stronger COVID plan, we're increasing the chances kids stay in school and we all stay healthy. So I'll start with the modified quarantine protocol. Yes, it's been a rough go. I understand and sympathize. It's a learning process. You're working at your capacity. Still, all night long, I've heard district representatives say we're testing or that we're 100% committed to testing. But that has not been happening for those in modified quarantine, at least not systematically on behalf of the district. Functionally, it's been an honor system, and it's not clear if families are following it at all. It's critically important that the district follow through on its promises tonight to take more accountability for enforcing its own protocol to ensure a safe environment, bring COVID testing to students in modified quarantine. And I'm very concerned that I didn't hear this explicitly tonight. The district should enforce testing as a condition of continued in-person attendance during the modified quarantine period. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariam.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi guys, thanks for staying on. I know you must be sleepy. So really quickly, I want to advocate for, first of all, I love all of the thoughtfulness here and very heartwarming again. Thank you for working on all this with us. And as others have said, yes, we want to keep schools open. All of our safety concerns are to help keep schools open. And my thing I want to bring up is about masks. Masks without filters are not as good as like the all fabric masks medically in our medical training. Like that's not for something that is airborne, that's aerosolized. It's not a very good barrier. If we can advocate for masks with filters in them, there's so many different versions. We can fundraise to make them accessible. I would highly, I think it would be amazing. And so if anyone wants to work with me on this, I will do anything.
Thank you. Justine.
Oh, hi guys, thank you. Thanks for all your work. I'm a parent of one of those kindergarten students that got a 10 p.m. Sunday night email saying that our class was shut down, which came as a surprise because the August 27 email from Superintendent Wells kind of sounded like we were going to be doing modified quarantine. So then to get a late night email saying it was going to be standard quarantine was a shock. And so hopefully that's not going to be the case moving forward. And then also when we're notified of a positive case, if there could be a standardized report of basic info, that could be helpful to families to figure out what to do as far as are their children, are their family members, that kind of thing. So it could simply be, what was the reason for the kid being tested? Was that kid symptomatic? Any other household members that are positive? Just a simple report that would be standardized for families to know how serious the threat is. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben.
Like many others, I'm very concerned as a parent about the modified quarantine policy as it actually has been implemented. It's not a quarantine because it's not a quarantine at all. I spoke today to the parent of children who are exposed in our school, who are still going to school under the modified quarantine. They were told that all they had to do was watch for symptoms of COVID in their kids, not get tested. Aren't we all supposed to be watching for COVID symptoms in our kids already? And then I heard when it was asked, what do, in addition is being done, I heard the executive director say, well, we also make sure that kids are gonna wash their hands and that everyone's wearing masks in those classes with modified quarantine. We do all that already. So modified quarantine, as it is currently being done, seems like a euphemism for doing nothing. It means letting asymptomatic COVID cases spread until somebody gets really sick. And that's not policy, that's roulette. We need to have weekly mandatory testing of unvaccinated students, especially students who are in classes where there's exposure.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I want to make sure everyone gets their minute. Jenna.
Hi, I am going to make this really quick if I can. I want to echo a lot of the sentiments that have already been shared by board members and speakers. I'm asking for the district to improve and enforce quarantine protocols to match Alameda County's requirements. Especially, I agree with a lot of what President Hinckley was mentioning about testing. I think the district should be providing weekly testing on site at the schools. I'm going to go a little further and say that it should be for all staff and students, regardless of vaccination status. This will keep us informed and allow us to be really proactive in heading off spread of COVID in our schools. I also want to ask about testing of student athletes. That was new. I'd like to know if that's going to be done on site. And I want to point out that the pooled testing was advertised to the community to not be recommended for vaccinated students. But tonight, I feel like I heard something different, that the district would like us all to participate in that.
Thank you. Leslie.
Hi there. I just want to say thank you to all of you for all of your time and considerations of all the feedback. I want to echo what some of the parents have been saying about testing. I agree that I would feel a lot more comfortable sending my daughter to school, which she is going to school right now. But if there were weekly mandatory testing for all students and staff. Also, I've been waiting to hear the percentage of unvaccinated staff at this school, and I think I heard Trustee Duran say 38% wasn't vaccinated. And on Director Ritchie's presentation, it said that you were still collecting the data, so some clarification on that. I think that vaccinating adults is the most responsible way to keep the kids safe, especially since they don't have a choice right now to be vaccinated. Also, quarantine guidelines matching is really important. There's been a lot of contradictory information. My daughter was exposed at the Y after school care program, and the flow chart did not match the information that we were getting in emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria.
Thank you so much for talking about this tonight. I want to thank you for adhering to your vigilance and adhering to the public health guidance and using the modified quarantine program. Modified quarantine recognizes the science that schools are safe for our kids. And I'm distraught by the families advocating for closing classrooms again in the event of a positive case. Instead of closing, let's keep our kids safe in school around vaccinated teachers and staff and maintain the significant layers of protection that exist in our community today. Masking, distancing, ventilation, and even the less effective but mentally satisfying hand sanitizing and hand washing. COVID's scary, but this is a new age. It's here, it's endemic. And despite our community's best efforts to stop it, we'll be dealing with this for a long time. We have to adapt, and simply closing out classrooms is just not the answer anymore. Also, I'm very concerned by hearing, and this is a question that I'm surprised to hear that AUSD is not mandating vaccinated teachers be vaccinated. That's kind of shocking to me. I understood Newsom directed that that this actually be mandated for.
Thank you. Yolanda.
Hi, first of all, I just like to say
I would like us to reconsider the 1 minute limit for folks of us that have stayed up until 11:33. 1 minute seems a little bit cruel. I would like to really genuinely thank the staff for everything they're doing to keep our schools open. Alexia, I'm just so thankful for all the work that you've done. I would like to register my unmitigated support for our continued adherence to modified quarantine. CDC has said that it is safe and reflects the fact that staying home, that schools are safe, and that only privileged families can keep their kids home for 2 weeks at a clip. We need to think about all students and not just the students who have parents that are really loud about their kids being in school. I also want to say that LA is not a great model. The LA system is $350 million to do their testing. It's unclear, the science is not confirmed that that is going to save any lives or save anything. We should not use that as a model. There's a testing shortage, and we should be morally obligated to recognize that a testing shortage means we shouldn't test regularly for unsymptomatic students. I have a lot more to say, but I only got 1 minute.
Thank you. I do want to remind people we have a town hall tomorrow evening for the public to also hear more and speak. Christian.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reflect back something I heard from a number of board members and see if I can help condense it into something that maybe you can all act on. Whenever you're implementing a mandate, it's always a mistake to say, well, there's a mandate for X, or you can do Y. The better way to do it is to say, here's the mandate. You know, these teachers have to be vaccinated. And there are exemptions under the law for Y, but they have to jump through some hoops to get Y. So you have to get a signed affidavit from a religious leader in your community saying that COVID vaccine should be exempt for you. The same thing with testing in the community. We should mandate testing and allow parents to opt out on, but only if they jump through hoops. And there's all sorts of empirical evidence showing that increases compliance, but offering X or Y decreases compliance greatly.
Thank you. Rita.
Hi, first of all, thank you for all what you're doing, and thank you for the modified quarantine. This is really the way to go. I'm actually the mother of one of the sixth graders who are currently in full quarantine. And when the first exposure letter arrived from the school announcing the first positive case, I was honestly expecting the school mandating a negative test for my daughter to return to school, and that didn't arrive. I tested her anyway. I test myself. We do that every 2 weeks because I'm teaching in person too. And I think the only way the modified quarantine could work is by mandating testing and even better vaccinations. And so right now my daughter is very sad, and we are only on Tuesday. Closing full classes provokes too much disruption in families. We cannot live like that anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul.
Good evening, almost good morning. Thank you all for all your hard work, and I really appreciate how quickly you've gotten to be up to speed on this. I wanted to just touch on a couple things. One, I'd like to echo the idea that signage is really important. It gives people a really easy way to say, hey, this is how we follow this. Two, I think it's important to have a database to make sure that we can be able to track who has tested, who hasn't, to make sure that those twice weekly tests that they go somewhere. Third, the public health department has been doing this for all sorts of school districts. We should use them as a resource. They're there, they've gone through all sorts of things. We should use them. And finally, if staff or contractors are interested in vaccinating but are having trouble, I think we should offer it even if it's on paid time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen. You might be muted. Or I might making you a panelist in case your Zoom isn't working. All right, let me go to the next person, Erin. All right, third time, Amy.
Yes, hello. This is Amy Dahl. I'm the parent of 2 elementary school students, unvaccinated, of course. I hope you can hear me. Okay, it's going. I want to thank you for your commitment to make modified quarantine work, going forward, and ultimately keep our kids in school per the county guidelines. The data is clear, and the harm of last year's school closure in Albany, it was notably very long, the school closure. Children suffer, it's been proven. It must remain the last resort. So please just follow the county guidelines. I know you're under a lot of pressure. Thank you. I'm cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Sebastian.
Hi, just echoing what everyone's saying. Thank you so much for your commitment to making this work. I really want to urge you to keep your commitment to stick to modified quarantine. It keeps our kids safe and in school. I also am unsure about the wisdom of emulating the LA Unified School District in terms of testing. Albany has low infection rates, and I'm just thinking, in terms of time and cost and possible disruption, I'm not sure that it would be wise just to aid that. Please do continue following County Health Department guidelines on when to close a class. It should really be at the very last resort and for the shortest amount of time. Thank you for sticking to what the scientific experts are saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Erin. Whoops, don't start the timer yet. I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, go ahead, Erin.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say thank you all to the staff for your amazing commitment to doing a lot of work while this pandemic is ever changing. I just wanted to urge the staff and board to keep their commitment to adhering to public health guidelines and keeping modified quarantine. I understand that there was communication issues, which you'd expect for sort of this new situation we're in. And it sounds like the staff is really working hard to address some of those hiccups. So instead of just doing away with the whole modified quarantine and, doing something else, I think we should really stick with that commitment. And it was a commitment that the board wrote in the resolution to returning to in-person learning. So thank you for everything you're doing, and please do keep the modified quarantine so we can keep as many kids in school as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thanks to everyone that hung in there. We do have sorry, I'm having Zoom issues. We do have a public panel again tomorrow evening for people to have much more time to ask questions. So we do need to finish the rest of our meeting. We need to have a meeting extension, but I just want to make sure we're ready to close this item up. And so I have my list of things that are for follow-up. And then I think our general follow-up is that we want to make sure that communications in the future are crystal clear, including tomorrow night, which I realize is a big lift because some of the conversations that we had will require clarifying some of the presentation that we were given, including ensuring that the description of modified quarantine is accurate. So I'm sure folks are looking forward to the panel tomorrow night, and we will continue to, as a board, look forward to updates about how we're improving our communication and making sure that we're implementing things, and that we're staffing up and all of those kinds of updates.
Madam
So I
Chair,
see, yeah,
just if you could take a note, put an asterisk by it. It would be helpful for us, and I think for the community and as well for the board, if we have a standing place here for updates and clarification in our board meeting, because this item is so big that it shouldn't be something that we just bring back when we have an issue, but that when we follow up with the board immediately, that we also could do that with the community and have a short Q&A is my request.
yeah. And I think the clearer our materials become, the less we will need those kinds of Q&As.
Good point.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Just one issue to add to the follow-up, and thank you to the person who called in who flagged it, because I was thinking about it myself. To clarify in the communication about pool testing, that if the district is now recommending that for vaccinated individuals as well, that be clarified in a new communication, because I believe the messaging was a little different in the previous communications. Thanks.
Yes, the messaging specifically says it does not recommend vaccinated people participate. So, okay, so we will wrap up this discussion. We were scheduled to end at 10:55. We have we did get through most of our action items, but we have 2 remaining items that were scheduled for a total of 25 minutes. And I assume we still want to do both of those tonight. So I would need a motion to extend our meeting. And in 15 minutes, it's going to be my birthday. So please don't make me spend too much of my birthday in this meeting.
Can we get this done in 15 minutes so she can be asleep on her birthday? I guess I move that we extend the meeting until 12:15 a.m.
I second, and happy birthday, President Hinckley.
Yeah, sorry, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Not yet. Okay, we need a second for extending to 12:15.
I seconded.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Would you like a roll call?
I think we need to have one, yes.
Okay. Student board member Dana?
Yes.
Student board member Lyra?
Yes.
Can't believe you guys are still on here, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah. Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Duran?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yeah.
And Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So we will move to item 9A, the superintendent's contract amendment, which is to be presented by me. So the board and superintendent have been negotiating amendments to the superintendent's employment contract following his satisfactory evaluation in June of this year, June 2021. And over the summer, the board and the superintendent reached an agreement to resolve these negotiations. So tonight we will have, I will present the outcome of those negotiations, and then the board will take a vote to ratify those amendments. Are we able to put that contract up on the screen, or do I need to just read it out loud? I've lost it.
I don't have access to that, sorry.
Can I put it up, Marina, or are you able to? Okay, great, thank you.
I can put it up.
Great, thank you. So this is the third amendment to the superintendent's contract. I will make the recitals and then move on to the terms. So on July 1, 2019, the board and the superintendent entered into his initial employment contract. And in this amendment, we are modifying the language in sections 2 and 3 of that contract. And for anyone who's interested, you can read the full contract is available publicly. So we're obviously not going to read the whole thing. So here's what we have, here's what the negotiations produced. In 2019, the superintendent received a satisfactory evaluation during the 2019-20 school year, which would have, according to the terms of his contract, entitled him to the same percentage salary increase that the board granted to ATA for the following school year. However, because at the time we were in a fiscal crisis, the superintendent elected to forego the 1.25% salary increase granted by the board for that 2021 school year. So the first amendment is that he will now receive that 1.25% salary increase effective July 1, 2020. And then the second amendment is that this past school year, 2021, the superintendent received a satisfactory evaluation entitling him to further salary increase as determined by the board. The superintendent shall receive a 6% salary increase for the 2021-22 school year to be effective July 1, 2021. With that increase, the superintendent shall not be entitled to any further salary increase for the 2021-22 school year. He would normally be entitled to the increase bargained with ATA. He will not be entitled to that on top of the 6% unless ATA receives a salary increase greater than 6%, in which case his will be matched. The third amendment is simply that his annual salary will be adjusted to reflect those two salary increases, the 1.25% and then the 6%. And then the last amendment is that because during the 2019-20 and 2020-21 school years, the superintendent has not been able to use his vacation time, in order to ensure that he does not forfeit those earned vacation days, we would increase the amount that he is allowed to accumulate to 40 days rather than 30. I think that's right, it was 30, and we're increasing it to 40 days so that he does not lose that earned vacation time. And everything else remains the same. So those are the summary of the amendments that have been negotiated during that process. And now we would need to take a vote to ratify the terms of this amendment. Or take questions. I do not see any public comment.
I move that we ratify the amendment to the superintendent's contract, and please tell me if I need to say it in a different way. I don't have it in front of me.
I second that.
Okay, Student Board Member Dana?
Yes.
Student Board Member Lyra?
Yes.
And Trustee Duran?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you. So item 9A, amendment number 3 to the superintendent's contract passes unanimously. And we now move to our last item, and I hope you can use those vacation days someday in the future. Our last item is item 9F, because we already did all the other contracts, a master contract between AUSD and the Springstone School. I think this is Dr. Biggs.
Dr. Biggs, you got to wake up. Can somebody?
Yeah, I know. Well, sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, so this is a contract for a non-public school that's part of our North Region SELPA approved schools that we place for students that were unable to meet their needs within Albany Unified School District or within our SELPA partners. And I don't know if there's any further information. It's the standard contract to be able to engage in placing a student in a non-public school.
As part of the federal IEP, it allows us
Right.
to be in compliant for this, to be in compliant. We're pretty much limited.
So board, any questions or a motion to approve this contract? Trustee Duran.
I had one question, Dr. Biggs, which is, I wasn't sure if the contract was for, coming to our school site for services, because I thought the services were just limited to, I believe it was speech and one other area. And I didn't realize that it was for a private, a non-public school placement. So is that a full day? That is full day, and it goes beyond just speech, for example.
Yeah, it's a full day program. It's 365 minutes daily of specialized academic instruction. So yeah, so it's a full day program.
And the services were more than the two that were checked off, because there was just two services checked off specifically, I believe.
Yeah, it is more than just the two services that were checked off, if that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or a motion? Maybe you could scroll down a little bit so they can see the title.
I motion that we approve the master contract between AUSD and the Springstone School.
Second.
Student Board Member Lyra, or excuse me, Dana.
Yes.
Thanks. Student Board Member Lyra.
Yes.
And Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Thank you. Great. Our last item 9F passes unanimously. And now future agenda items. Nobody's.
I got a couple of future agenda items. Our sports teams for our younger students as an agenda item. I can lay out the details at our earlier, not at midnight. Hold on. Oh, and the roof and ventilation.
The Ocean View roof.
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Duran?
I wanted to make two suggestions for agenda items. One would be the establishment of a board committee specifically addressing a technology plan for 21st century teaching and learning. And the second item was, I know the superintendent mentioned it, but I'd sort of like to have maybe a clarification in terms of a date, a real clear date of when we would talk about the unhealthy air days and potential school closure and what that plan would look like for the students in terms of their learning. That's it.
Trustee Davidson.
I'd just like to make sure that we're going to get an update on how the independent study program is going and running and the enrollment in that. And then down the line for any census data we have on our enrollment so that we can tell how many of our Albany Unified students are enrolled in our, or sorry, City of Albany students are enrolled in Albany Unified. And sorry, I'd like to second Trustee Duran's request for the technology oversight.
All right. Anything else? All right.
Happy
we are
birthday.
adjourned. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You got to tell us what it's
Celebrate
like to be
by-
25 again.
I know. It's wonderful. Yep. All right. Thanks, everybody. Good to see you.